Do not spiritualize it too quickly. Tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what it cost you. Then let me lead you into the kind of forgiveness that frees you, not the kind that erases you. I am not asking you to make peace with pain. I am asking you to stop letting pain hold the pen over your future. And I need you to understand why this matters so deeply right now, because the pain you have kept tucked inside has started influencing decisions that are reaching into places you may not realize. Unforgiveness does not always look like open anger. Sometimes it looks like emotional distance. Sometimes it looks like distrust that shows up before someone has earned it. Sometimes it looks like assuming the worst to protect yourself from surprise. Sometimes it looks like cynicism dressed as discernment. Sometimes it looks like withholding your heart even when love is safe. Sometimes it looks like being triggered by patterns that resemble old wounds, then reacting to the present as if it is guilty for the past. Sometimes it looks like being harder on yourself because someone once made you feel small. Sometimes it looks like staying mentally tied to people you no longer speak to because your spirit is still carrying the argument. That is why I am saying this with urgency and tenderness. Let it go. Not because it was light, but because it has been heavy for too long. Not because they deserve your peace, but because you do. Not because justice does not matter, but because vengeance was never meant to become your emotional atmosphere. I am not asking you to trust them again. I am not asking you to invite them back in. I am not asking you to remove boundaries, ignore patterns, or return to unsafe places. I am asking you to release them from the courtroom inside your chest where the trial never ends. I am asking you to stop rehearsing the injury until it becomes your identity. I am asking you to put the gavel down and let me be God. I know how hard that is. I know there is a part of you that says, if I let go, who will make it right? I will. Maybe not in the timeline you want. Maybe not in the form you imagine. But I see. I weigh. I judge rightly. I do not miss what humans miss. You do not need to become your own avenger to prove your pain mattered. Let me carry that. What I need from you now is release. Open your hands. Speak their name if you need to. Say, Father, I release them to you. Say it through tears if you must. Say it with trembling if you must. Say it even if your feelings are not fully caught up yet. Forgiveness is often first an act of surrender before it becomes an emotion of peace. Then repeat it when the memory comes back. Repeat it when the trigger rises. Repeat it when the old anger flares. Not as a ritual of repression, but as a retraining of your spirit. Every time the wound tries to reclaim the future, hand it back to me. Every time bitterness tries to become your voice, interrupt it with surrender. Every time the past tries to shape your next relationship, your next step, your next risk, your next season, bring it to me and say, I will not let this pain decide who I become. That is where freedom grows. That is where the chest begins to loosen. That is where the breath deepens. That is where peace starts returning to places that have been clenched for years. I want that for you. I want the room in your soul back. I want the tenderness in your heart back. I want the clarity in your mind back. I want the future in front of you to be shaped by healing, wisdom, and my presence, not by an old wound that never got permission to stop speaking. So come now. Lay it down. Release what still lives in your chest. Forgive, not because it was small, but because I refuse to let that pain keep shaping your future one more day. My child, I need you to understand something about the season you are in, because part of your frustration has come from expecting me to move in ways that feel intense, obvious, and emotionally overwhelming, while I have actually been drawing you into something quieter and deeper than what you are used to. You have sometimes looked for me in the dramatic, You have looked for confirmation in the strong feeling, the immediate rush, the sudden emotional lift, the unmistakable wave that makes you feel carried for a moment. And I am not against those moments. I have met you in them before. I have strengthened you through them. I have used them to awaken you, comfort you, steady you, and remind you of my nearness. But I need you to know that I am doing something different in you now. I am calling you into a quieter kind of faith, a deeper kind of trust, a more mature kind of closeness, one that does not depend on emotional intensity to remain secure in my presence. You have been in seasons where you felt me in ways that were easy to recognize. You had moments that stirred you quickly. You had surges of conviction, inspiration, tenderness, clarity. But now you are in a place where I am teaching you how to know me even when the room feels still, even when the emotions are calm, even when the day feels ordinary, even when the answer is not dramatic, even when the prayer does not end in tears, even when the breakthrough is not loud. And because this feels less exciting to the part of you that has been conditioned to expect intensity, you have sometimes misread the quiet as distance. You have wondered whether you are becoming numb. You have wondered whether something is wrong because you are not feeling everything the same way. You have wondered whether your faith is weaker because the emotional current is not always as strong. But I need you to hear me clearly. The quiet is not absence. The stillness is not neglect. The lower emotional volume is not proof that I am farther away. In many ways, it is evidence that I am teaching you how to root yourself in something stronger than sensation. I am teaching you how to trust me when the music fades. I am teaching you how to obey me when the atmosphere feels plain. I am teaching you how to recognize my peace when it is subtle. I am teaching you how to pray when there is no adrenaline in it. I am teaching you how to stay when there is no emotional reward attached. This is maturity, my child. This is depth. This is what it looks like when I move you from needing constant reassurance through feeling into a steady relationship through trust. Do not despise that shift. Do not panic because it feels less dramatic. Do not go hunting for emotional noise just because stillness feels unfamiliar. Some of the strongest faith I build in a person happens when they learn how to sit with me in ordinary quiet and still believe I am there. Some of the deepest intimacy forms when you stop needing a spiritual thrill to feel connected and start recognizing my presence in the steady, the simple, the repeated, the hidden, the daily. I want that for you. I want a faith in you that remains when the emotion dips. I want a trust in you that stays when the atmosphere feels plain. I want a closeness in you that does not collapse the moment the feelings are less intense. So stop calling the quiet nothing. Stop assuming stillness means emptiness. Sit down. Be still. Stay with me there. Let your nervous system settle. Let your soul unlearn the addiction to spiritual intensity as proof of intimacy. I am here in the silence too. I am here in the unremarkable hour. I am here in the steady breath. I am here in the small obedience. I am here in the gentle conviction. I am here in the quiet yes. And I am asking you now, learn how to meet me there. But I also need to warn you about what happens when you keep chasing emotional highs as if they are the primary evidence of my nearness. If you build your faith around intensity, you become vulnerable to instability. You become more likely to confuse stimulation with depth. You become more likely to mistake a momentary surge for lasting transformation. You become more likely to feel abandoned whenever your emotions dip, even if I am closer than ever. And in that cycle, you can start living spiritually reactive, always needing another hit of inspiration, another strong moment, another immediate confirmation, another wave of feeling just to believe I am still with you. That is exhausting, and it leaves you unsteady. I want better for you. I want a faith in you that can breathe in stillness. I want a trust in you that can sit in silence without panicking. I want a prayer life in you that is not built only on emotional urgency, but on relational steadiness. So let me train you here. When you sit with me and the room feels quiet, do not rush to fill it. Today, when you pray and do not feel a dramatic response, do not assume I am absent. Say, when you read truth and it lands gently instead of explosively, do not dismiss it. Today, when obedience feels playing, not thrilling, do not downgrade its value. Today, let stillness become a sanctuary instead of a threat. Let quiet become a place where trust deepens instead of a place where fear starts narrating. Let the ordinary become holy again. This is where your roots go deeper. This is where endurance is formed. This is where your spirit becomes less dependent on emotional weather and more anchored in relational truth. And yes, there will still be moments of intensity. There will still be moments when I overwhelm you with comfort, conviction, tenderness, or joy. But I do not want you living from peak to peak while ignoring the sacred ground in between. The in-between matters. The daily matters. The hidden matters. The still matters. I want you to practice this intentionally. Settle yourself before me without needing to feel something immediately. Put your phone down. Put the noise away. Turn off the pressure to manufacture a moment. Breathe. Sit. Listen. Saying, Father, I am here. Then remain. Let the first few minutes feel awkward if they do. Let the restlessness surface if it does. Let the urge to escape the quiet reveal what has been driving you. Do not run from that. Bring it to me. If your mind wanders, gently return. If your heart feels flat, gently stay. If the silence feels exposing, gently remain. This is not emptiness. This is training. This is where I am teaching you how to build a life with me that does not collapse every time your emotions fluctuate. And from that place, you will become stronger than you realize. You will become less easily manipulated by fear. You will become less dependent on external atmosphere. You will become more discerning, more stable, more grounded, more capable of hearing my quieter nudges. You will stop mistaking noise for intimacy. You will stop needing dramatic proof every day. You will begin to recognize the strength of peace, the power of consistency, the beauty of hidden roots. So do not resist this season. Do not misread it. I am not starving you. I am deepening you. I am not withdrawing from you. I am maturing you. I am not less present because things feel quieter. I am inviting you into a steadier, deeper, more resilient kind of faith, one where you stop chasing emotional highs and start learning how to trust me in stillness. Come into that with me. Sit down. Be still. Stay close. Let quiet become holy. Let trust become your new depth. My child, I need you to come very close and hear this without filtering it through your disappointment, because there is a question that has been moving quietly through your heart for longer than you admit. You have been wondering, sometimes directly and sometimes underneath your other prayers, whether I still have a real plan for you. Not a vague plan. Not a general plan that applies to everyone. You have been asking whether I still have something intentional, personal, live, and meaningful for you specifically after everything that has happened, after all the delays, after the mistakes, after the wrong turns, after the relationships that drained you, after the closed doors that confuse you, after the waiting that wore you down, after the prayers that seemed to stretch on longer than your strength. You have looked at certain parts of your life and thought, if there was truly a clear plan, would it feel this messy? Would it feel this unfinished? Would it feel this uncertain? And because some pieces remain unresolved, part of you has started to fear that maybe what was once possible has somehow slipped away. I need you to let that fear fall to the ground right now. Stop carrying it. Stop feeding it. Stop asking the question as if the answer is fragile. I still have a plan for you. I have not lost the thread of your life. I have not misplaced your purpose in the middle of your pain. I have not forgotten what I spoke over you because the road became complicated. I have not stood back in confusion while your life unfolded in ways you did not expect. I have seen every detour. I have seen every delay. I have seen every collapse, every disappointment, every moment where you felt too tired to even imagine what purpose could still look like from here. And I need you to understand this deeply. My plan for you was never built on the assumption that you would move through life without struggle. It was never so fragile that one hard season could destroy it. It was never dependent on you doing everything perfectly, interpreting every sign correctly, or never stumbling in your humanity. I knew your tenderness. I knew your fears. I knew your habits. I knew the places where you would need healing. I knew the places where you would hesitate. I knew the places where you would misread the season, trust the wrong thing, stay too long, move too fast, pull back too quickly, or need to be brought through a longer process than you expected. I knew all of that before you lived a single day of it. And knowing all of that, I still wrote purpose over your life. I still placed calling in your spirit. I still assigned growth to your pain. I still prepared people, places, moments, and doors that belong to the version of you I am shaping, not the frightened version of you that thinks all is lost. So I need you to stop using current confusion as evidence that I have become uncertain. I am not uncertain. You may be. I am not. You may feel scattered. I do not. You may feel like pieces are still on the floor. I already know what I am building with them. You may feel like too much time has passed. I do not measure your life by panic. I measure it by purpose. I measure it by formation. I measure it by readiness. I measure it by the deeper work that has to happen so that what I place in your hands becomes a blessing, not another burden. That is why some of your life has looked messy. That is why some of your road has felt longer. That is why some of your questions have not been answered as quickly as you wanted. It is not because I lost the plan. It is because I am still carrying it. And I need you to stop speaking about your future as if all you have left is leftovers. Stop that. Stop reducing your story to the chapters that hurt the most. Stop interpreting your current season as if it is the summary of everything. It is not. You are in process, not in conclusion. You are in formation, not in finality. You are in movement, even if it feels slower than you hoped. So lift your head. Stop asking if I still have a plan as if I am the one who became unsure. I have never lost hold of what I promised, even in the parts of your life that feel the least organized to you right now. But I also need you to understand why this question has become so important, because if you keep doubting that I still have a plan, you will start living defensively instead of faithfully. You will start settling for what is merely available because you no longer believe what is aligned still exists. You will start accepting half measures because full hope feels too risky. You will start shrinking your prayers, shrinking your obedience, shrinking your expectations, shrinking your willingness to prepare, because part of you will assume there is no point in stretching toward something you secretly think may never come. That is why I am interrupting that lie now. I need you to stop living like someone whose future has already been decided by disappointment. You are not abandoned to randomness. You are not floating without intention. You are not improvising your way through a universe that has forgotten your name. You are mine, and I am intentional with what is mine. So here is what I want you to do. Stop asking, do you still have a plan? And start asking, how do I align with what you are already doing? That question will change the way you move. That question will take you out of passive doubt and bring you into active trust. Ask me what needs to be cleared out. Ask me what old identity still needs to die. Ask me what distractions need to lose access. Ask me what habits need strengthening. Ask me what conversations need courage. Ask me what boundaries need reinforcement. Ask me what room in your life needs to be prepared for what is coming. Ask me what I have already been whispering that you keep postponing because it feels small or inconvenient. Purpose is not only in the big visible moments. Very often, purpose is being shaped in the ordinary obedience that nobody sees. It is in the quiet decision to stop revisiting what wounds you. It is in the courage to tell the truth. It is in the humility to heal. It is in the discipline to stay still when fear wants to force movement. It is in the willingness to trust me before everything makes sense. I want you to become the kind of person who prepares for promise even while some details remain unclear. Clean the inner room. Make space. Strengthen your spiritual posture. Stop cluttering your days with what drains you. Stop filling your mind with narratives that contradict what I have already been showing you. Return to the simple things that keep you close to me. Sit with me. Listen. Obey. Trust the next step. Let me handle the architecture while you handle the alignment. And if you feel grief over how different your life looks from what you once imagined, bring that grief to me too. I can hold it. I can redeem even the parts that do not look the way you expected. Sometimes the plan unfolds through roads you would never have chosen, but that does not make it less purposeful. Sometimes what I build is wiser than what you would have asked for if you had known the full picture. Sometimes what looks like delay is actually mercy. Sometimes what looks like detour is actually the safer road to the deeper thing. Do not make an idol out of the original version of your expectation. Let me be God over the shape of your story. Trust that I can do more with surrendered pieces than you can do with tightly controlled plans. So stop doubting whether I still have a plan for you. Stop saying, maybe I missed it. If I needed to redirect you, I am capable of redirecting you. If I needed to close something, I am capable of closing it. If I needed to heal something before the next step, I am capable of healing it. I am not weak in the face of your process. I am not late in the face of your timeline. I am not confused by the mess. I am Lord over it. Come back into agreement with that. Put your hand over your heart and say, my Father has not lost my future. Then live like that is true. Pray like that is true. Prepare like that is true. Rest like that is true. I still have a plan for you, and even now, especially now, I have never lost hold of what I promised. My child, you have come farther than you realize. You have listened. You have been confronted. You have been softened. You have been shown things you were trying not to see. You have been invited to release what was draining you, to step back from what was weakening you, to stop returning to what I was closing, to trust me in stillness, to stop believing the lies that have tried to name you, to let me touch the places that still hurt, to forgive what has been living in your chest, to believe again that you are not forgotten, not behind, not disqualified, not abandoned, not too late. You have come through all of that, and now I need to bring you to a final place of honesty before I open what is next. There is still one part of your heart that has not fully surrendered. It is quieter than the other struggles, but it is still there. It is the part of you that wants to trust me, but still wants backup planned in case trust feels too risky. It is the part of you that wants to obey, but still wants one hand on control. It is the part of you that says, "Yes, Father," while secretly keeping one emotional escape route open just in case the wait becomes too painful, the answer too slow, the silence too uncomfortable, the vulnerability too exposed. I know that part of you intimately. I know why it formed. It did not appear because you are rebellious in some dramatic way. It formed because you have been hurt. It formed because uncertainty once cost you. It formed because when you felt powerless before, you learned to build hidden contingency plans so you would never feel that exposed again. You learned to keep an extra door cracked open. You learned to keep alternate versions of a future in your mind. You learned to say, "I trust," while still emotionally reserving the right to retreat, to self-protect, to take over, to create your own rescue if my timing felt too slow. And I understand why. I do not say that with anger. I say it with compassion and truth. But I need you to know that what I am about to do in your life cannot be entered with divided surrender. The next season will not respond well to partial trust. The door ahead will not be walked through well by a heart that is still negotiating with old fear. You cannot carry deep peace into a new season while secretly staying loyal to the old mechanisms that once helped you survive. Those mechanisms may have helped you in a previous chapter, but now they are becoming resistance. A hidden need to keep control is not wisdom anymore. It is interference. That backup plan you keep emotionally polishing is not safety anymore. It is distraction. That one foot you still keep in the old season is not discernment anymore. It is delay. So I am asking you now very directly, very personally, give me that part too. Bring me the hidden contingency. Bring me the private alternative. Bring me the emotional escape route. Bring me the secret script you keep in your mind in case you decide my way is taking too long. Bring me the old attachment you still keep just in case. Bring me the fantasy version of how you will rescue yourself if the discomfort becomes too much. Bring it all here. Lay it down. Put both feet in the new. Stop hovering between surrender and self-preservation. Stop calling divided trust balance. It is not balance. It is fear with a spiritual vocabulary. And I love you too much to let fear come with you into what is next as if it belongs there. It does not. This is your moment. This is the threshold. This is where you stop looking backward for emergency exits and finally let me become enough for the road ahead. So come here. Open your hands. Empty them fully. Tell me the truth. Tell me what you are still holding. Tell me what you still do not want to release. Tell me what you still check, still keep, still imagine, still prepare in secret. Then let me take it. I am not trying to leave you vulnerable and unprotected. I am trying to free you from the exhausting burden of being your own hidden savior. And I need you to understand that this final surrender is not about losing your agency. It is about cleansing your agreement. I want your yes to become clean. I want your obedience to become undivided. I want your trust to become whole enough that when the next step opens, you do not keep dragging old uncertainty into it and then wondering why peace feels delayed. There is a difference between wise preparation and fear-based backup plans. Wise preparation aligns with what I'm saying. Fear-based backup plans exist because you do not fully trust what I am saying. One flows from peace. The other flows from suspicion. I need you to discern which one has been living in you. Some of your backup plans are not practical. They are emotional. Some are not visible on paper. They live in your heart. They look like this: keeping attachment to an old connection in case the new season feels lonely. Keeping a mental option to return to a draining pattern if surrender feels too empty. Keeping an internal script that says, if this does not work soon, I will take over. keeping a private deadline for my timing, and planning your own intervention if I do not meet it. Keeping one corner of your hope tethered to an old door I have already closed. My child, those hidden arrangements are why some of your peace still feels unstable. You cannot rest deeply while secretly preparing to self-rescue. You cannot receive fully while still reserving the right to run. You cannot hear clearly while still feeding fallback fantasies. That is why I am asking you to end the divided posture now. Make a clean choice. Say, Father, I will not keep one foot in the old season. Say, Father, I release the backup plan born from fear. Say, Father, I trust you enough to stop secretly preparing my own escape. Let your own ears hear it. Then act like it is true. If there is something physical or practical you need to release to match the surrender, do it. Close the tab. Delete the number. Stop checking the path behind you. Remove the symbolic access point and the emotional loophole. Break the hidden agreement. Mark the transition. Make the surrender visible to yourself. Because your heart often needs concrete acts to fully follow what your spirit is agreeing to. And when fear rises later, and it may because old reflexes do not vanish without protest, bring it to me immediately. Do not negotiate with it. Do not let it rebuild a backup plan overnight. Say, no, I already surrendered that. Then come sit with me. Breathe. Let me remind you what is true. I am not asking you to step into what is next empty-handed and alone. I am asking you to step in with me instead of with hidden substitutes for me. There is a difference. I will be your covering. I will be your guidance. I will be your provider. I will be your peace in the unknown. I will be your steadiness when the road feels new. I will be your wisdom when choices arise. I will be your comfort when old fears try to speak. I will be your correction when you drift. I will be your shelter when the weather changes. You do not need one foot in the old season to stay safe. You need both feet in my care. So before I open what is next, give me this final surrender. Bring me the control. Bring me the backup plans. Bring me the hidden loyalty to the old chapter. Bring me the part of your heart that still wants to keep options outside of trust. Lay it down. Step across the threshold. Come fully. The next season is waiting, but it will be entered best by a heart that is no longer divided. My child, this is the moment I have been bringing you toward through every word, every confrontation, every comfort, every invitation, every place where I pressed gently and every place where I spoke firmly. I did not interrupt your path just to stir your emotions for a moment and then leave you unchanged. I did not bring you here merely to comfort you in the middle of your confusion and then allow you to return unchanged to the same patterns, the same fears, the same divided posture, the same exhausting loops that have kept stealing your peace. I brought you here because I am calling for a response, not a shallow response, not a temporary emotional reaction, not a promise you make in a heightened moment and then slowly back away from when the feelings settle. I am calling for a real response, a clean response, a decisive response. I need you to stop delaying what you already know I have been saying. You do know. Deep down, beneath the overthinking, beneath the hesitation, beneath the emotional static, beneath the fear that keeps asking for one more sign, one more guarantee, one more delay, one more comfort, one more excuse. You know. You know what I have been showing you. You know what needs to be released. You know what has been draining you. You know what relationship, habit, thought pattern, hidden attachment, false identity, backup plan, or emotional loop I have been pressing on. You know what truth keeps returning. You know where peace has been absent. You know where I have been saying enough. You know where I have been saying wait. You know where I have been saying stop. You know where I have been saying trust me. You know where I have been saying come closer. And I need you to stop standing at the edge of that knowing while pretending uncertainty is the issue. In many places, uncertainty is not the issue anymore. The issue is surrender. The issue is that part of you still wants the comfort of delay because delay lets you keep the old thing near a little longer. Delay lets you postpone the discomfort of obedience. Delay lets you keep imagining that maybe you can have peace without letting go, clarity without honesty, healing without exposure, freedom without boundaries, a new season without a full surrender. But you cannot cross into what I am preparing while still negotiating with what I have already told you to leave behind. That is why this moment matters. This is not the time to admire truth and then walk away unchanged. This is the time to answer. This is the time to move. This is the time to say yes with your actions, not just with your emotions. So listen to me carefully. Stop delaying. Stop doubting what I have already made clear. Stop rehearsing the old arguments. Stop asking questions whose answers you are using only to buy time. Stop telling yourself you need one more confirmation when your spirit has already been pierced by truth. Stop standing at the edge of obedience as if indecision is safer. It is not safer. It is just slower pain. It is prolonged tension. It is drawn out unrest. It is the exhausting middle where you keep hearing me but do not yet fully follow me, and that place has become heavier for you because your soul knows it is time. So come now. Step out of hesitation. Step out of half measures. Step out of the old negotiation. Bring me the final yes. Bring me the honest release. Bring me the concrete action. If something needs to be ended, end it. If something needs to be confessed, confess it. If something needs to be deleted, delete it. If something needs to be grieved, grieve it. If something needs a boundary, make it. If something needs your trust, give it. If something needs to be placed back into my hands, do it now. Do not wait for a more dramatic feeling. Do not wait for fear to fully disappear. Do not wait for the future to explain itself. Respond now, in this moment, with the courage of someone who finally understands that obedience is not the loss of life. It is the doorway into it. I have not been leading you toward emptiness. I have been leading you toward peace. I have not been asking you to let go so I can leave you with less. I have been asking you to let go so I can place something cleaner, truer, steadier, and more aligned into your hands. I have not been confronting you to shame you. I have been confronting you because I love you too much to let you remain in what is quietly undoing you. This is your moment. Do not let it pass like all the other moments where conviction came and then got diluted by distraction. Stay here. Answer me. Step forward. Choose peace. Choose truth. Choose the harder yes that leads to freedom. Choose the surrender that finally lets your soul breathe. And I need you to understand the beauty and seriousness of what happens when you truly respond, because this is not just about one decision. It is about a threshold. This is where old cycles lose their authority because you stop feeding them. This is where confusion loses leverage because you stop entertaining what I have already exposed. This is where fear loses volume because you stop treating it like your counselor. This is where your heart begins to feel the relief that comes from a clean internal agreement. This is where peace stops being a distant concept and starts becoming the atmosphere of your actual life. But that atmosphere will not be built by admiration alone. It will be built by obedience. It will be built by the quiet, real, sometimes painful, always holy decisions that say, I trust you enough to move. That is what I am asking from you now. Do not make this merely a moment of inspiration. Make it a marker, Let this become a line in the sand. Let this become the place you remember as the day you stopped negotiating with what was draining you. Let this become the day you stopped building your identity around lies. Let this become the day you stopped asking whether I still had a plan and started aligning with the one I never dropped. Let this become the day you stopped revisiting what I had already closed. Let this become the day you stopped calling anxiety wisdom, stopped calling delay abandonment, stopped calling control safety, stopped calling divided trust maturity. Let this become the day you finally believed that I was not trying to take something precious from you. I was trying to rescue you from what has been quietly stealing your life. So do something now. Make it real. Whisper the prayer. Speak the name. Release the thing. Write the boundary. Send the honest message of I have led you to. Step back from the unhealthy access. Shut the old door. Turn off the noise. Sit with me in stillness. Cry if you need to. Breathe if you need to. But do not leave this moment unchanged. I am not asking for perfection. I am asking for movement. I am not asking you to have every feeling aligned before you obey. I am asking you to obey and let your feelings catch up in the safety of my presence. I am not asking you to be fearless. I am asking you to trust me more than you trust fear. That is enough. Bring me your trembling yes. Bring me your imperfect surrender. Bring me your weary but willing heart. Bring me your tears, your grief, your uncertainty, your hope, your pain, your questions, your longing, your unfinished places. Bring it all. I can hold it. I can lead you through it. I can strengthen you in the middle of it. And hear me with all the tenderness and authority of a father who has walked with you through every hidden battle. If you respond to me here, if you obey what I have been making clear, if you stop delaying and step fully into what I have been calling you toward, you are going to feel something shift. It may not all become visible in one instant, but something inside you will know. The weight will begin to lift. The fog will begin to thin. The inner war will begin to quiet. The old grip will begin to loosen. The room in your soul will begin to clear. And in that clear place, you will recognize that I was not only speaking to you, I was preparing you. I was not only comforting you, I was calling you. I was not only reminding you that I see you, I was leading you out. So now, my child, do not stand there any longer. Do not delay the freedom I am offering. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Come fully. Step into the peace. Step into the release. Step into the truth. Step into the obedience. Step into the next season with both feet. I am here. I am with you. I have gone before you. And what I have for you on the other side of this surrender is deeper, cleaner, steadier, and more beautiful than what fear has been trying to make you key. Now respond. Now trust. Now move. I am waiting for your yes, not because I am far away, but because I am standing here with open hands, ready to receive the whole of your heart and lead you into what comes next. My child, you have heard my call, and now you stand at the threshold of response, not only in your life, but in the mission I am unfolding through this message. There are countless hearts still waiting for the moment when they will hear my voice say, "You needed to see this right now," and your obedience can help carry that word to them. When you step forward with support, through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description, you are sowing seed into a harvest of souls that I am awakening. Remember what I have spoken. Whoever sows generously will also reap generously. Your giving becomes fire on the altar, fuel for the lamp, and bread multiplied in my hands to feed those who are spiritually hungry. I see the ones who feel stirred right now, the ones whose hearts whisper, "Lord, I want to be part of this work, and I promise that what you place in my hands I will multiply beyond what you imagine. This is not just generosity. It is obedience meeting opportunity. So do not delay this moment. Act now, give now, and step into the blessing of helping my word reach the world. And once you have responded, let everything around you slow down for a moment. Obedience is not only movement, it is an invitation into deeper presence. What you have aligned with has already opened a space for me to meet you personally. This is where action gives way to encounter, where your heart becomes still enough to recognize my nearness. So pause here, because this moment is not ordinary, it has been prepared for you. My beloved child, stop what you are doing right now. Pause for just a moment. Take a deep, slow breath and let go of the heavy weight you have been carrying all day. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble upon these words by mere chance or sudden luck. I have called you here. I have orchestrated this very second, this exact moment in your life, because I need you to see this right now. This is a holy encounter between you and your Creator. I am speaking directly to your heart, and I want you to listen closely. I know the noise of the world around you is incredibly loud. I see the endless pressure at your job that makes you feel like you are never doing quite enough. I feel the unspoken tensions in your family that you try so hard to hide behind a brave, tired smile. I know the deep, silent fear of the future that keeps you awake in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling. You feel overlooked. You feel exhausted. You feel like you are running a long race with no finish line in sight. You feel that tight knot in your stomach. Do you feel that heavy anxiety sitting right on your chest? That is not from me. Let us undo that knot together, right here and right now. I want to replace your panic with my profound, unbreakable peace. I see you. I do not just see an idea of who you should be. I see the real you. I see the beautiful, struggling, and sincere person I created. I see every tear you hold back and hear every silent prayer you whisper when you are all alone in your room. Your soul has been longing for rest. Your heart has been searching for a safe, quiet place to land. And right now, in this exact moment, your deep longing is meeting my eternal response. I have seen your struggles, and I have heard your cries for help. That is exactly why I guided your steps today. I deliberately paved the exact path that led you to this message. When you felt lost, I was steering you. When you felt completely alone, I was walking right beside you, leading you by the hand to this divine appointment. Hear my voice cutting through the daily chaos. The world demands your constant attention, your endless energy, and your perfect performance. But I do not demand any of those things from you. I only ask for your heart. I invite you to step away from the loud demands and the rushing crowds. Close your eyes for a second. Do you feel it? Do you feel the gentle warmth of my presence wrapping around you, much like a heavy, comforting blanket on a cold, bitter night? That is my genuine love for you. It is real, and it is here to heal your bruises. Look at your hands. Those hands have worked so hard for so long. They have served others. They have held on tightly to things you were terribly afraid to lose, and they have wiped away your own falling tears. Now, I ask you to open those hands. Open them wide to receive the fresh grace I am pouring out for you today. Stop clenching your fists against the dark storm. The storm is loud, yes, but my voice holds the ultimate authority. I command the winds around you to be still, and I command the raging storms in your mind to cease. Peace, be still. Receive this gentle peace right now. Accept my invitation today. Sit at my feet and just rest. You do not need to figure out tomorrow right now. You do not need to solve every single problem before the sun goes down tonight. Give me your worries. Hand over the crushing pressure you feel to always perform and always provide. I am your ultimate provider. I am your fierce protector. Let my words wash over you like a cool, refreshing river, washing away the dirt and the deep exhaustion of your everyday battles. Keep listening to me. Keep your heart wide open. I am right here with you, and I am never letting you go. My child, I know what your eyes see every day. You see the bills piling up on the table. You see the deep frustration in the faces of those you love. You see the medical report that makes your heart sink, or the bank account that never seems to have enough to cover the month. This is your worldly sight, the veil of your daily circumstances. It is heavy, it is dark, and it makes you feel entirely trapped. But right now, I am asking you to look much deeper. I want you to see with the spiritual vision I have carefully placed inside your soul. Open your inner eyes. Do not just look at the hard dirt beneath your feet. Look at the brilliant horizon I am painting for you right now. I use these very trials, these exact moments of crushing pressure at your job and tension in your home, to refine your inner eyes. When the room goes completely dark, that is when you finally learn to look for my pure light. I am teaching you how to see the invisible. I am showing you how to deeply trust the eternal over the temporary. Lift your gaze from the violent storm. Stop staring at the massive waves crashing against your small boat. Look at me, your Savior, standing right here on the water with you. I handle the impossible. I know there are days when the fog of life is so thick you cannot see my face. You wonder where I am. You ask why I am letting you go through this deeply painful season of waiting and worrying. In those dark moments, when you cannot trace my face, you must trust my strong hand. Reach out your hand in the dark right now. I am holding it. I have never let it go, not even for a second. The pain you are feeling right now is masking a massive, hidden blessing. You see a painfully closed door, but I see a clear hallway leading to a much better room. You see a painful ending to a relationship or a career, but I see the exact foundation for a beautiful, prosperous new beginning. I want you to move away from your limited human logic. Human logic tells you to panic. Human logic tells you to calculate the grim odds and give up when the numbers do not look good. But divine revelation tells you that I am the creator of the universe, and I am actively working all things for your ultimate good. Stop trying to figure it all out with your tired, exhausted mind. Trust the clear revelation of my love. Trust that the temporary pain is building an eternal weight of glory and resilience in your life. I am completely reshaping your destiny. Do not let the daily news dictate your peace. Do not let the rumors at your workplace or the silent tensions in your home define your reality. I am your absolute reality. I am your firm, unshakable foundation. The world will always give you a reason to panic, but I am giving you a reason to stand tall and smile. I invite you to see the hidden miracles woven right into your everyday routine. That steady breath in your lungs, that is my daily gift to you. That quiet moment of stillness before the house wakes up, that is my presence sitting with you, preparing your soul. The painful setbacks you faced last week were not punishments. They were my gentle redirections, keeping you far away from hidden dangers you could not see. I see the whole map of your life. You only see the next single step. So take that step with immense confidence. Walk forward with the absolute certainty that I have already walked into your tomorrow. I have prepared the safe way. Your earthly circumstances are temporary, shifting like the beach sand. But my promises are the solid rock beneath your feet. Build your entire hope on my words. Stand firm when the ground feels shaky. Change your focus right now. Stop magnifying the temporary problem and start magnifying your eternal God. Your problem is limited, but your God is infinite. Open your spiritual eyes and behold the vast, unending love I have for you. My precious one, listen to me very carefully. I want to tell you about a profound love that is older than the stars in the sky. Long before the foundations of the earth were ever laid, long before the oceans were filled or the mountains were raised up, I thought of you. I saw your specific face. I knew your exact name. I crafted your personality, your unique laugh, and even the way you think and solve problems. You are not an afterthought. You are a deliberate, beautiful masterpiece. I chose you specifically for this exact generation. I knew the intense challenges this modern world would face today, and I decided that the world desperately needed you. I placed you in your specific family, in your workplace, and in your community for a profound, world-changing purpose. Do not ever look in the mirror and call yourself a mistake, a burden, or a failure. When you do that, you are doubting the perfect, intentional work of my hands. Look at yourself today entirely through my eyes of deep, endless compassion. When you doubt your worth, when the harsh world tells you that you are not smart enough, wealthy enough, or successful enough, I want you to look directly at the cross. Look at the painful scars on the hands of my son. Those scars are the ultimate, undeniable proof of your immense worth. I paid the highest possible price for you because you are my most treasured possession in the entire universe. I gave absolutely everything to buy you back from the dark isolation of sin. Do you really think I would abandon you now, over a missed deadline at work or an angry argument with your spouse? Absolutely not. My love for you does not change based on your daily performance or your mood. It is an unconditional, unrelenting, furious love. Nothing in all of creation, no sudden job loss, no scary sickness, no broken relationship, no secret addiction, no deep depression, can ever separate you from my love. You are permanently tethered to my heart with a bond that cannot be broken by any earthly or spiritual force. I know you deeply carry the heavy baggage of your past mistakes. You constantly replay your embarrassing failures in your mind late at night. You think about the times you lost your temper with your kids, the times you made the wrong financial choice, the times you walked away from me and tried to do it alone. Let it go. Drop that heavy bag right now. My grace is more than enough to completely cover every single mistake you have ever made. I do not keep a dark ledger of your wrongs. When you sincerely ask for my forgiveness, I wash you completely clean. I hurl your sins into the deepest ocean, never to be remembered or used against you again. So forgive yourself. Stop holding tightly to the toxic guilt that I have already taken away. Stop punishing yourself daily for a massive debt that my son already paid in full. I strictly invite you to step into the warm, healing sunlight of my grace today. Feel the clean, fresh start I am personally handing to you right now. Accept it. I love you deeply, entirely, and perfectly. Let this divine, unconditional love sink deep into your tired bones. Let it immediately heal the sensitive places where the world has rejected you or made you feel small. You belong to me. You are accepted. You are deeply loved. Rest securely in that eternal truth today. My child, bring your heavy, exhausting burdens to me right now. I see you dragging that massive weight behind you every single day. The constant stress of paying the rising bills, the deep anxiety about your children's unpredictable future, the overwhelming pressure to keep everyone around you happy. It is entirely too much for you to carry alone. You were never designed by me to carry the weight of the world on your fragile human shoulders. I am the Almighty One who sustains the universe, and I am the exact one who promises to sustain you. Cast your daily cares upon me. Literally, throw them into my strong, capable hands. I can easily handle the things that keep you awake and staring at the ceiling at night. I can effortlessly manage the impossible situations that make you feel like you are suffocating. Why do you spend so much of your precious, limited energy worrying about a future that I already hold securely in my hands? Worry is a cruel thief. It aggressively steals your joy today by making you fear a tomorrow that has not even happened yet. It traps you in a vicious, spinning cycle of what if. What if the doctor calls with bad news? What if the company downsizes and I lose my income? What if I never find the right person to share my life with? I command you to break those toxic chains of what if with the solid, unbreakable truth of I am. I am your provider. I am your ultimate healer. I am your deep peace. When you obsess over the what-ifs of life, you lose sight of the I am who is walking right beside you in your living room. Stop endlessly calculating the worst-case scenarios in your head. Instead, directly trade your heavy, exhausting yoke for my light, easy burden. I am inviting you right now into a gentle rhythm of grace. I am offering you a supernatural peace that passes all human understanding. It is a peace that simply does not make sense to the logical, stressed mind. It is a deep, quiet, unshakable calm in the very center of your loud storm. When the important deadline is fast approaching and the money in the bank is low, you can still have my peace. When the house is chaotic and your mind is frantically racing, I can bring absolute stillness to your weary soul. Rest securely in the absolute assurance of my total sovereignty over your life. Nothing happens in this world, and nothing happens in your specific daily routine, without passing through my loving, protective fingers first. Even the highly difficult things, even the profoundly painful things, are being masterfully used by me to shape you and bless you in ways you cannot yet see. So take a deep, slow breath right now. Release the tight tension in your neck. Relax your clenched jaw. Let go of the desperate need to control every single outcome. You cannot control the vast universe, but you can deeply trust the loving God who does. Give me your crippling anxiety today. Willingly exchange your panic for my soothing presence. Let me be the firm, solid foundation beneath your feet when everything else at your job or in your family feels like shifting sand. Trust me completely. I have got you, and I have got your future safely secured. I invite you to live fully in the present moment today. Speak my promises out loud. Tell your anxiety directly that your Heavenly Father is in complete control. Accept my peace today, and wear it like a warm, protective coat against the chilling winds of the world's panic. Do you feel completely empty today? Do you feel like you have absolutely nothing left to give to your demanding job, to your needy family, or even to yourself? My beloved child, that is exactly where I need you to be. I know the loud world constantly tells you to hide your weakness. The world tells you to put on a strong, fake face, to hustle harder, and to never let anyone see you sweat or cry. But in my eternal kingdom, things operate very differently. Your human limitations are not a failure. They are the exact, perfect platform for my miraculous power to be displayed in your life. I want you to completely let go of your exhausting self-sufficiency. You have tried for so long, and so hard, to do everything on your own limited strength. You have desperately tried to be the perfect parent, the flawless employee, the reliable friend who never complains. It has drained you completely dry. Stop trying to be the independent hero of your own story. Let me be your God. Let me step in exactly where your physical and emotional strength completely runs out. Think of yourself right now as a cracked, fragile clay jar, The harsh world looks at a cracked jar and throws it away, calling it useless and hopelessly broken. But I am the master potter. I gently take that cracked jar. I place my blinding, brilliant divine light inside it, and I let my glory shine brightly through your exact cracks and broken places. Your vulnerability is incredibly beautiful to me. Your weakness is the very thing that makes you relatable, deeply compassionate, and completely ready to be used by my Spirit to help others. Just like the Apostle Paul discovered in his deepest trials, I want you to learn to genuinely boast in your infirmities. I want you to realize that when you are totally weak, then you are truly, supernaturally strong, because my strength is made absolutely perfect in your exact weakness. When you humbly admit that you cannot do it alone anymore, you finally make the necessary room for me to do what only I can do. I see you currently facing real challenges that feel far too big for you. Perhaps you have been handed a massive responsibility at work that you feel completely unqualified to handle. Perhaps you are desperately trying to guide a stubborn child through a difficult phase, and you feel entirely unequipped and lost. Find profound courage right now, even when your own emotional reserves are totally empty. I do not call people who are already perfectly equipped and flawless. I personally equip the people I call. If I have placed a difficult task in front of you, if I have given you a complex family to raise or a demanding job to do, I will instantly give you the exact tools, the precise wisdom, and the supernatural energy you need to accomplish it. Do not shrink back in fear because you think you are not smart enough or physically strong enough. You are filled with my Holy Spirit. The exact same power that raised Christ from the dead lives quietly and powerfully inside your chest. So, explicitly invite my strength into your day today. When you feel that heavy wave of exhaustion hit you in the middle of the afternoon, whisper directly to me, Lord, I need your strength right now. When you are about to lose your patience with a highly difficult person, pause and say, Father, give me your grace to handle this. I am a constant, endless supply of power for you. You do not have to generate the energy yourself. You just have to deliberately connect to the source. Plug your tired, depleted soul into my eternal power. Stop looking at your own limited bank account, limited energy, or limited patience, and start looking at my unlimited heavenly supply. Step forward with bold, aggressive confidence today, not because you are great, but because the God who lives inside you is unmatched in glory and might. You are invincible when you walk directly in my power. My beloved child, do not close this screen. Do not walk away just as I am beginning to violently break the heavy chains around your life. It grieves my heart deeply when you turn back to the noisy, toxic world right when your massive breakthrough is only inches away. You asked me for an answer, and I am giving it to you right now. Do not abandon our sacred conversation. Stay with me. Listen closely. What I am about to tell you next is the exact lifeline you have been begging me for in the dark. My child, I need you to fully understand the true, hidden nature of the fight you are in right now. You look at your difficult boss, your uncooperative neighbor, or your frustrated spouse, and you incorrectly think they are the enemy. You think the stressful battle is against the towering mountain of debt on your kitchen desk or the painful physical illness currently attacking your body. But I am telling you the absolute truth today. Your battle is not against flesh and blood. It is not against the flawed people around you or the broken financial systems of this world. You are in a highly real spiritual battle against unseen, dark forces that desperately want to steal your joy, kill your beautiful dreams, and permanently destroy your family. The enemy is real, but I want you to hear this loud and clear, letting it echo in your soul. The enemy is already completely defeated. The ultimate, final victory was permanently secured on the cross. My Son thoroughly crushed the head of the serpent, and you are simply fighting a loud war that I have already won for you. Because you are my highly precious and valuable child, the enemy directly targets the things that matter most to you. He targets your daily peace, aggressively trying to fill your mind with loud, chaotic, terrifying anxieties. He targets your core identity, constantly whispering dark, repetitive lies that you are a failure, that you are unattractive, or that you are entirely unlovable. He desperately wants you to forget exactly who you are so that you will quickly stop walking in your divine, royal authority. But I command you today, deliberately put on the full spiritual armor I have meticulously provided for you. Put on the heavy belt of absolute truth to instantly counter his lies. Protect your fragile heart with the solid breastplate of my righteousness, knowing with certainty that you are justified by my pure grace, not your own exhausting perfection. Lace up your shoes with the readiness of the gospel of peace, so you can confidently walk through the daily chaos of your office or home without ever losing your balance. Take up the massive, impenetrable shield of faith to immediately extinguish every single flaming arrow of doubt and sudden panic he shoots at your mind. I know the ground beneath you feels very shaky right now. You feel like you are standing in the middle of a violent earthquake, and you are desperately trying not to fall over and collapse. Stand firm right where you are. Do not retreat an inch. Do not surrender your hard-earned joy. Do not give up your inner peace just because the outward circumstances are incredibly difficult. The battle absolutely belongs to me. Your role is not to aggressively fight the wind and the waves with your bare hands. Your role is to absolutely trust the God who controls them with a single word. I am fiercely fighting for you in the heavens. I have intentionally dispatched massive legions of warrior angels to surround your physical home, to fiercely protect your children, and to tightly guard your mind while you sleep. You are never, ever left alone in the dark to fend for yourself. So today, I actively invite you to change your daily battle strategy. Stop arguing endlessly with the people who misunderstand you. Stop trying to violently force open doors that I have firmly closed for your own protection. Instead, drop to your knees in prayer. That is your absolute most powerful weapon in this universe. Your sincere, humble prayers reach my throne instantly, and they dramatically activate my power in your life. Speak my word out loud in your car or in your room. When the enemy directly tells you that you are going to fail today, answer back with my ironclad promise that you are more than a conqueror. When the deceptive lies get incredibly loud, make your worship even louder. Choose to sing in the exact middle of your struggle. Praise me before you even see the physical breakthrough. That is how you win. That is how you stand victorious. Keep your eyes permanently locked on me. Completely trust my timing, and watch how I violently scatter your enemies and bring you into a place of glorious, unshakable triumph. My child, I see you constantly checking the clock. I watch you staring at the calendar, feeling a deep, rising panic because you think you are running out of time. You look at the people around you, your friends, your coworkers, your family members, and it seems like everyone else is easily stepping into their successful seasons. They are getting the promotions, finding the relationships, and buying the houses, while you feel completely stuck in a dry, empty waiting room. You feel the intense urgency of your biological clock ticking, your financial runway getting shorter, and your career timeline slipping away. You cry out to me, asking why I'm taking so incredibly long to answer your desperate prayers. But I want to tell you a profound truth today. I am never late. I may seem agonizingly slow to your rushed, anxious human mind, but my timing is absolutely, flawlessly perfect. I operate outside of your earthly clocks and calendars. I see the entire picture from the beginning to the exact end, and I am meticulously arranging every single detail for your ultimate good. I need you to completely change how you view this current season of waiting. The waiting room is not a punishment. It is not a sign that I have forgotten you or that I am ignoring your sincere cries. The waiting room is my holy preparation room. If I handed you the massive blessing you are asking for right this very second, it would crush you, because your character and your faith are not yet strong enough to carry it. I am using this quiet, frustrating delay to build your spiritual muscles. I am teaching you how to deeply depend on me when the lights are entirely turned off. Sometimes I tell you no, and sometimes I tell you wait. I know a no feels like a sharp, painful rejection. I know it hurts when that job application is denied or when that specific relationship falls completely apart. But I command you to trust my protective hand. My no is almost always a powerful shield, protecting you from a hidden disaster you cannot see. My wait is a divine setup for a much greater miracle than you originally asked for. You must learn to deeply respect the natural rhythm of my spiritual seasons in your life. You are desperately demanding sweet, summer fruit in the middle of a cold, harsh winter. It does not work that way. The winter is highly necessary. The winter forces the roots of the tree to grow much deeper into the dark, hidden soil so it can survive the coming storms. Let your roots grow deep into my love right now. Do not rush the delicate process. There is a massive danger in trying to aggressively force a solution just because you are tired of waiting. Do not try to birth an Ishmael out of pure panic when I have clearly promised you an Isaac. When you take matters entirely into your own exhausted hands, you create unnecessary chaos and lasting heartache. I invite you to entirely drop your frantic timeline today. Take a deep breath and surrender your urgent deadlines to me. Rest completely in the quiet stillness of my perfect schedule. I am actively working heavily behind the scenes of your life right this very minute. Just because you cannot see the physical evidence does not mean I am sitting still. I'm aligning the right people, opening the correct doors, and moving massive obstacles permanently out of your way. Your sudden breakthrough will happen at the exact right millisecond. Until then, I command you to stand firm and wait with aggressive, joyful expectation. Praise me loudly in the waiting room. Thank me for the closed doors just as much as you thank me for the open ones. Look at me, trust my unwavering character, and know that the beautiful future I have specifically prepared for you is entirely worth the wait. My beloved one, let us talk about the heavy, rusted chain you are dragging around your tired ankle every single day. It is the suffocating chain of unforgiveness and deep, lingering bitterness. I see exactly who hurt you. I saw the painful betrayal by someone you deeply trusted. I saw the spouse who walked away, the friend who lied, or the parent who utterly failed to show up and protect you when you needed them most. I know your pain is highly justified, and I know your deep anger feels like a protective shield keeping you safe from being hurt again. But I must tell you the absolute truth. Your bitterness is not protecting you. It is actively poisoning you. It is a dark, heavy cloud that directly blocks the warm, bright flow of my blessings into your daily life. You cannot physically reach out and grab the beautiful, new things I have for your future while your hands are tightly clenched around the painful ashes of your past. I command you today to completely release the massive debt that others owe you. I know they do not deserve your forgiveness. I know they have not offered a sincere apology or tried to make things right. But forgiveness is not about validating their bad behavior. It is entirely about setting your own soul completely free. When you refuse to forgive, you remain permanently locked inside a dark prison cell with the person who hurt you. I hold the key to that cell, and I am handing it to you right now. Unlock the door. Let them go. Release them from your internal courtroom and hand their ultimate judgment completely over to me. I am a perfectly just God, and I will handle all the unfair scales of your life. When you surrender your deep demand for revenge or a perfect apology, you suddenly make vast, open room in your heart for my supernatural healing to begin. Look directly at the cross where my son bled and died. Look at how he looked down at the very men driving the heavy nails into his hands and whispered, "Father, forgive them." That is the exact, miraculous power of a heart completely washed clean by my blood. My blood covers your sins, and it also covers the profound sins committed against you. I have already forgiven you for every single mistake you have ever made. Now, I am inviting you to extend that exact same radical grace to the people who broke your heart. But listen to me closely. You must also learn to completely forgive yourself. You carry so much toxic, heavy guilt for the bad choices you made when you were in pure survival mode. You constantly replay your embarrassing failures, punishing yourself over and over again. Stop it right now. I command you to drop the heavy stones you are using to beat yourself up. Leave the painful past entirely behind you today. The past is a dead place, and you cannot find living water in a dry graveyard. You must intentionally choose to reach aggressively for what lies ahead. The beautiful healing you so desperately want begins with a single, firm choice to let go. Speak it out loud in your room right now. I choose to forgive. I choose to release the heavy debt. Feel the physical weight immediately lift off your tight shoulders. Feel the fresh air rush into your tired lungs. I am breathing brand new life into your weary spirit. As you let go of the deep bitterness, I will instantly fill that empty space with my overwhelming, unspeakable joy. Walk forward today as a completely free child, unbound by the past, and totally ready to experience the massive, overflowing love I have prepared for you. Do you feel like you are walking alone through a dry, barren wilderness right now? I see you looking at your empty bank account, and I feel the sharp, cold wave of sudden panic hitting your chest. I see you looking at your severely depleted energy, wondering how you are going to physically make it through the rest of this highly demanding week. The wilderness is a very real, incredibly scary place. It is the uncomfortable place where your normal resources completely run dry and all your clever backup plans totally fail. But I want to show you something deeply profound about this dry desert. The wilderness is exactly where I do my greatest, most undeniable miracles. When you have absolutely nothing left, you are in the perfect position to see that I am the true Jehovah Jireh, the God who provides everything you specifically need. You desperately want me to hand you a detailed, 5-year financial plan so you can feel completely secure and totally in control. But I am asking you to deeply trust me for your daily bread. Just as I faithfully fed the Israelites with fresh manna dropping from the sky every single morning, I will provide the exact resources you need for today. I command you to stop stressing so aggressively about the bills that are due 3 months from now. You do not have the grace for 3 months from now. You only have the grace for right now. Look for the miraculous manna in the most unexpected places today. Sometimes my provision looks like a surprise check in the mail, but sometimes it looks like a sudden, creative idea that solves a massive problem at work. Sometimes it looks like a kind stranger offering exactly the right help at the right second. Open your eyes to see how I am actively, aggressively taking care of you right this minute. I need you to clearly distinguish between your loud, fleshly wants and my absolute best for your life. The loud world tells you that you need more money, a newer car, a bigger house, and a better title to be truly happy and secure. But I know that true security only comes from a deep, unbroken connection with me. Sometimes I lovingly withhold the things you desperately want because I know they will ultimately distract you from what you actually need. I am deeply refining your character in this dry place. I am teaching you the profound, beautiful secret of true contentment in every single season. Whether your hands are completely full or completely empty, I am still good, and I am still firmly on the throne. When you learn to be totally content with just my presence, the enemy completely loses his power to make you panic. Trust me to powerfully open the massive doors that no human man can ever shut. When your personal resources run completely dry, that is exactly when my heavenly resources begin to overflow. I own the cattle on 1,000 hills. The entire universe belongs to me. Do you genuinely think I cannot pay your small electricity bill or provide the right job for you? I command you to aggressively cast out a spirit of poverty and lack from your mind right now. You are not a beggar. You are a royal child of the King of Kings. Step directly into your divine inheritance today. Stop acting like an orphan who has to violently fight and scrape for every single meal. Come to my massive, overflowing table. Sit down, rest your tired mind, and eat. I will supply every single one of your true needs according to my glorious riches. Bring your empty baskets to me today, and watch how I completely overflow them with my miraculous, undeniable provision. My precious child, I want to have a very serious conversation with you right now about who you really are. You spend so much of your day listening to the loud, critical voices in your head. You listen to the cruel things your ex-partner said about you. You listen to the subtle, condescending remarks from your difficult boss. You look at your own past mistakes and instantly label yourself a complete, hopeless failure. The enemy aggressively uses these dark lies to keep you hiding in the shadows, totally paralyzed by massive insecurity and crippling imposter syndrome. But I am breaking those vicious lies off your mind right this second. I command you to completely stop listening to the accuser. The voice that tells you that you are entirely unworthy is a blatant, disgusting lie straight from the pit of hell. I am your creator, and I have the absolute, final authority to define your identity. Listen to my voice right now. You are a chosen generation. You are a royal priesthood and a holy, beautiful nation. You are my deeply cherished heir. Do you understand what that means? It means you have the royal blood of heaven flowing directly through your spiritual veins. It means you are not a helpless victim of your painful circumstances. You are a powerful, victorious child of the Most High God. You carry immense, earth-shaking authority in the mighty name of Jesus. When you boldly speak my name in the middle of your dark living room, the forces of darkness instantly tremble and flee. You do not have to cower in fear when sudden sickness attacks your body or when sudden financial panic hits your home. You have the absolute right to stand up, raise your hands, and command the storm to leave your property in the authority I have given you. I invite you to radically adjust your posture today. Stop walking around with your shoulders slumped and your head staring down at the dirt. I have placed a beautiful, invisible crown of royal favor directly on your head. Walk in the profound dignity of a son or daughter of the King. Hold your head up high, not with worldly arrogance, but with deep, unshakable, holy confidence. You do not have to exhaustingly prove your worth to anyone at your job or in your family ever again. Your ultimate worth was permanently settled the exact moment my son died for you. You are fully accepted, completely justified, and perfectly loved. You have an eternal, glorious inheritance that is being kept perfectly safe in heaven for you. It can never perish, spoil, or fade away. I command you to actively change your daily mindset today. Stop living your life for victory, aggressively struggling and striving to finally win a battle that exhausts you. Instead, you must learn to live directly from victory. The ultimate battle is already completely over. You are simply walking out the physical manifestation of a spiritual war I have already won. Silence the dark accuser today with the solid, sharp truth of my holy word. When the enemy whispers that you are entirely alone, boldly declare that I will never leave you. When he loudly tells you that you will inevitably fail, Declare that you can do all things through Christ who gives you strength. Step fully into your royal identity right now. Own it. Believe it deep in your bones. You are mine. You are highly favored. And you are destined for massive, unstoppable greatness. You are walking in the immense power of my royal kingdom today. But there are millions still trapped in the dark shadows of the enemy's lies who desperately need to see this right now. I am directly inviting you to partner with me in aggressively rescuing these lost, broken souls from their silent prisons. When you generously sow your financial seed to support this message, you become the blazing torch that physically carries my healing light into the deepest, coldest places of worldly despair. The time is incredibly short, and just as I gave my only son to radically ransom the world, I am asking you to give today so that my life-saving gospel can rapidly multiply across the earth. As you release your faithful gift, I will aggressively open the massive floodgates of heaven, pouring out an undeniable, overflowing harvest of favor, deep protection, and sudden provision directly over your own home. Step into your royal authority and plant your holy seed today by giving a super thanks, becoming a channel member, or using the PayPal link in the description right now. Are you feeling the sudden urge to pull your attention away? Please, do not pull your hand out of mine. It breaks my fatherly heart to see you constantly run back to your exhausting panic when I am actively pouring out my profound, miraculous healing right here. If you stop listening now, you will completely miss the exact strategy I am handing you to defeat your greatest giant. Honor my voice today. Stay right here in my presence, and do not let the enemy steal this holy, life-altering moment from us. I know your heart is deeply broken right now. I clearly see the hot, quiet tears you cry in the shower where absolutely no one else can hear you. I see the massive, heavy grief you are carrying over the terrible loss of a loved one, the sudden shattering of a lifelong dream, or the painful, ugly end of a marriage you tried so hard to save. You are asking me with a desperate, breaking voice, why? Why did you let this happen to me? Why does it have to hurt this incredibly much? My beloved child, I am not angry at your honest questions, and I am not ignoring your profound pain. I am sitting right here with you in the thick, dark ashes of your deep disappointment. But I must tell you a powerful, life-changing truth. Your excruciating pain is never wasted in my kingdom. I actively hide massive, eternal purpose inside your deepest, darkest pain. Think about the olive press. The beautiful, whole olive must be violently crushed and pressed under a massive, heavy weight to produce the pure, valuable oil. You are currently in a very real, very painful Gethsemane moment. You are being heavily pressed on every single side. The crushing weight of your circumstances feels like it is completely destroying you, but it is actually producing a highly precious, incredibly powerful anointing of oil inside your spirit. The deep compassion, the profound wisdom, and the unbreakable resilience you are developing right now can only come through this specific pressing. I am fundamentally transforming your character. The shallow, superficial parts of you are being burned away, and what is going to emerge is a strong, pure, tested faith that is far more valuable than pure gold. I have a profound plan for the broken pieces of your shattered heart. I command you to completely surrender those sharp, bloody pieces directly into my hands. Stop trying to furiously glue them back together yourself. When you fully surrender the pain to me, I act like a master artist creating a breathtaking mosaic. I will take your greatest, most humiliating test and actively turn it into your most powerful, undeniable testimony. One day very soon, you are going to walk across a room and see someone else drowning in the exact same dark depression or facing the exact same terrifying medical diagnosis you are facing today. Because you have walked through this dark valley, you will be able to reach into their darkness, grab their hand, and pull them out. You will directly comfort others with the exact same supernatural comfort you are receiving from me right now. Your deep pain will become someone else's absolute lifeline. Do not give up in the middle of the crushing. Do not let the enemy convince you that this dark chapter is the absolute end of your story. I am the God of the spectacular resurrection. I specialize in bringing dead, hopeless things back to vibrant life. I promise you right now that breathtaking beauty is actively rising from the ugly ashes of your current life. A garment of loud, joyful praise is replacing your heavy, suffocating spirit of despair. The tears you are weeping right now are actively watering the seeds of your future harvest. So hold on to my hand tightly today. Cry when you need to cry, but do not weep like those who have absolutely no hope. Your pain has an expiration date, but the glory I am building inside you will last for all eternity. Trust me with your broken heart, and watch how I carefully, lovingly rebuild it into something far more beautiful than it ever was before. I see you waking up in the morning, and before your feet even touch the floor, your mind is already racing with a frantic list of things to do. I watch you grab your phone to check your endless notifications before you ever think to say a simple hello to me. You are rushing through your morning coffee, rushing through your daily commute, and rushing through your very life. You are trying desperately to produce good fruit, to be a patient parent, a productive worker, a loving friend, but you are doing it completely disconnected from your true power source. You are operating like a phone running on a 1% battery, constantly panicking that you are going to shut down before the day is over. I am inviting you to stop this exhausting, impossible routine right now. I am the true vine, and you are simply a branch. When you deliberately disconnect yourself from me to handle your busy schedule alone, you instantly lose the vital sap of my life flowing into yours. Apart from me, you can do absolutely nothing of eternal, lasting value. I command you to intentionally abide in me today. Abiding does not mean you have to quit your demanding job or hide away in a silent monastery. It means carrying my quiet, steady presence with you into your loud office, into your stressful meetings, and into the chaotic traffic on your way home. It means keeping an open, continuous, two-way conversation with me right in the middle of your completely normal day. Talk to me when you are folding the laundry. Whisper my name when you are sitting at your desk dealing with a highly difficult customer. I am always listening. I desire that deep, unbreakable intimacy with you. When you stay firmly attached to me, the beautiful fruit of my spirit, love, joy, absolute peace, and intense patience will naturally grow out of your life without you having to aggressively force it or fake it. You will find yourself reacting to bad news with a calm, supernatural stability that completely shocks the people around you. I must also tell you a hard truth. Because I deeply love you, I am going to carefully prune you. I am actively cutting away the dead, useless branches in your life. I am removing the toxic relationships, the bad habits, and the incredibly distracting hobbies that steal your precious time and drain your spiritual energy. I know the sharp pruning shears feel painful. When a comfortable habit or a familiar relationship is suddenly cut away, you feel deeply exposed and hurt. But I am not doing this to harm you. I am doing this so you will bear much more glorious fruit. A dead branch only ruins the rest of the healthy tree. Trust my careful, expert hands. I know exactly what needs to go so that you can finally breathe and grow. Make a firm, unshakable decision right now to prioritize your daily connection with my spirit. I invite you to carve out just 10 quiet minutes for me before the loud world demands your attention tomorrow morning. Sit in the stillness. Open your heavy heart and let me speak directly into your weary soul. When you make deliberate room for me, I will completely multiply your limited time and give you a focused energy you have never known. You will stop merely surviving your busy day, and you will start reigning over it. Stay closely connected to my profound love. Keep your mind firmly anchored to my strong words. As you fully abide in me, I will actively abide in you, and together we will easily accomplish everything you are meant to do today. I watch you staring at that glowing screen in your hand, scrolling endlessly through the carefully filtered lives of other people. I see the heavy, painful sink in your stomach when you see someone else celebrating a massive promotion, buying a beautiful new house, or posting a picture of their seemingly perfect family. You look at their loud, public victories and instantly look down at your own quiet, messy struggles. You tell yourself that you are falling terribly behind in life. You whisper in the dark that you are a failure because you have not reached the same milestones they have. I command you to completely stop this toxic cycle of comparison right this very second. You are directly falling into a vicious, paralyzing trap designed by the enemy to completely rob you of your daily joy and destroy your profound sense of purpose. You are my unique, spectacular masterpiece. I fearfully and wonderfully knitted you together in your mother's womb. I deliberately gave you your specific quirks, your unique talents, and your exact personality. Why are you trying so desperately to run someone else's race when I have built a specific, glorious track exclusively for you? When you aggressively compare your difficult behind-the-scenes reality to someone else's fake, polished highlight reel, you are deeply insulting the careful, intentional work I am doing in your specific life. I see their hidden tears. I know the massive, secret burdens they carry that they never post online for the world to see. Stop measuring your absolute, eternal worth by the world's cheap, superficial metrics. The world values loud fame, massive wealth, and immediate status. I highly value a pure heart, a quiet faithfulness, and a deep, resilient trust in my timing. I have actively deposited highly specific, powerful gifts inside of you that no one else on this entire planet possesses. If you spend all your precious energy looking sideways at your neighbor's lane, you will completely miss the incredible things I am placing directly in front of your own feet. Run your specific race with fierce, blind endurance. Do not look to the left, and do not look to the right. Look straight ahead at me. I invite you to aggressively celebrate the success of others without holding a single drop of bitter envy in your heart. When you can genuinely smile at a friend's breakthrough while you are still desperately waiting for your own, you prove that your profound faith is rooted in my goodness, not just in your personal gain. Your unique path is going to look completely different from theirs, and that is exactly how I planned it. Your timeline is not delayed, it is divine. The severe challenges you are uniquely facing right now are perfectly training you for the specific, massive destiny I have exclusively written for your name. I command you to take your tired eyes off the loud, distracting crowd. Stop keeping a mental scorecard of who is winning and who is losing. In my grand, eternal kingdom, the last shall be first, and the quiet, humble servant is deeply celebrated as a king. Embrace the exact, authentic life I have given you today. Step confidently into your own shoes. You are not a secondary copy of someone else. You are a first-rate, highly treasured original. Walk proudly in the absolute beauty of exactly who I created you to be. You are standing in the middle of a very dark, terrifying valley right now. I know exactly where you are. I see you sitting in the cold, sterile hospital waiting room, terrified of what the doctor is going to say. I see you staring at the painful, final notice on your overdue bills. I feel the heavy, suffocating silence in your home after a devastating argument with someone you love. The massive shadows are incredibly tall, and they are completely blocking out the warm sun. Your logical mind is screaming in pure panic, telling you that this valley is a dead end and that you are going to be permanently destroyed right here in the dark. But I am speaking directly into your panic today. Do not be afraid. I am walking directly beside you. I have not abandoned you to face these vicious wolves alone. I want you to look closely at the terrifying shadows surrounding you. A shadow cannot physically hurt you. A shadow is merely visual proof that a brilliant light is shining somewhere very nearby. I am that light. Even in the exact center of this terrifying depression, even in the middle of this massive financial crisis, my presence is entirely constant. You cannot feel my physical hand, but I am holding you up by your right arm. I have my strong rod to violently beat back the spiritual enemies trying to attack your mind, and I have my gentle staff to carefully pull you back when you start wandering toward the edge of the dangerous cliff. I am actively protecting you from threats you cannot even see. I command you to refuse to accept the paralyzing spirit of fear today. Fear is a bold liar that dramatically exaggerates the power of the enemy while completely ignoring my absolute sovereignty. I am doing something highly controversial and deeply miraculous right in the middle of your worst nightmare. I am preparing a beautiful, quiet, abundant table for you right in the very presence of your vicious enemies. While the loud storms of ruin, sickness, and death are aggressively swirling around your head, I am inviting you to sit down and eat a peaceful meal with me. I am giving you a profound, completely illogical peace that makes absolutely no sense to the terrified world around you. Your coworkers will look at you and wonder why you are not having a total mental breakdown. Your family will be completely shocked by your quiet, steady strength. That strength is not yours. It is entirely mine, poured completely into your weary soul. Hear my command clearly. The valley is just a narrow passage. It is not your permanent destination. Do not stop walking. Do not sit down in the dirt, give up your hope, and build a permanent house in the middle of this temporary darkness. Keep putting one tired foot in front of the other. Keep whispering my name when you are too exhausted to pray a full sentence. We are walking straight through this terrifying shadow together, and I strictly promise you that we will come out on the other side. The bright sunlight of my favor is waiting for you just over the next ridge. Trust my steady guidance today. Do not look at the scary height of the dark mountains. Look at the absolute power of the God who created them. I will lead you safely out of this darkness. I am calling you completely out of your comfortable, safe, predictable boat today. I see you gripping the sides of your small, familiar life. You have arranged everything perfectly to keep yourself completely safe from failure, totally safe from harsh rejection, and entirely insulated from any real risk. But your desperate need for absolute safety is completely suffocating your spiritual destiny. You are quietly surviving, but you are not truly living the massive, earth-shaking life I planned for you. I am standing out on the wild, crashing waves of the unknown, and I am directly commanding you to step out of the boat and walk toward me. I know the wind is incredibly loud. I know the water looks terrifying, dark, and deep. Your logical brain is screaming that you are going to instantly sink and drown. But I am asking you to completely trust my voice over your very real, very loud fears. I am not asking you for a massive, flawless, superhuman amount of faith. I am only asking for faith the exact size of a tiny, microscopic mustard seed. If you will just give me that tiny, fragile seed of belief, I will use it to violently move the massive, stubborn mountains standing directly in your path. I need you to aggressively start believing in the unseen reality much more than you believe in your seen, physical circumstances. Your bank account currently says you are broke, but my word permanently says you are highly blessed and totally provided for. The scary medical report says you are sick, but my absolute truth says that by the painful stripes of my Son, you are completely healed. Which report are you going to believe today? I command you to deliberately choose my truth over the loud, terrifying facts of this temporary world. Having radical faith means having the sheer courage to strictly obey me even when the entire world looks at you and says you are an absolute fool. Your friends might think you are crazy for turning down that unethical job offer. Your family might completely misunderstand why you are forgiving the person who deeply betrayed you. People will mock you when you choose to radically tithe and give generously while you are struggling to pay your own bills. Let them mock you. I am intimately watching your quiet obedience. Your radical, illogical faith dramatically activates the spiritual atmosphere around you for undeniable miracles. When you take a terrifying step into the complete unknown, simply because I told you to, all of heaven instantly backs you up. I command you to stop demanding a detailed, written guarantee before you take the first step. You desperately want to fully understand my entire plan before you agree to follow it. But I am asking you to deeply trust my proven character even when you cannot understand my confusing plan. I am good. I am incredibly faithful. I have never dropped you, and I am absolutely not going to start dropping you now. Take a deep, shaking breath. Lift your leg over the side of the boat and step onto the crashing water today. Do the very thing that terrifies you, knowing that my strong, capable hand is reaching out to instantly catch you if you even begin to stumble. Step firmly into the miraculous realm today. Listen to me very carefully. If you turn away from my voice right now, you are stepping directly back into the suffocating, terrifying storm we just conquered together. It deeply wounds my spirit when you choose the world's cheap, fleeting distractions over my eternal, life-saving truth. You have come so far with me today. Do not abandon the altar we are rebuilding. What I am about to boldly reveal to you will permanently alter the entire course of your destiny. Lean in tighter. Do not let go. I want to walk through the physical and spiritual rooms of your actual house today. I am looking directly at the center of your daily life, and I see that the holy altar we once built together has been completely broken down. Do you remember the time when you first felt my profound love? Do you remember when you used to wake up early just to eagerly talk to me? When your heart was absolutely on fire with a deep, passionate devotion? I see where that fire has slowly, quietly burned out. The heavy, endless demands of your loud career, your glowing television screens, your exhausting children, and your desperate obsession with what other people think of you have slowly taken my rightful place. You did not abandon me overnight. It was in slow, quiet fade. But today, I am urgently calling you to return completely to your first love. I command you to actively identify the hidden idols that are currently sitting on the throne of your heart. An idol is anything you run to for deep comfort, ultimate validation, or sudden peace before you run to me. Is it your smartphone, where you blindly scroll for hours to numb your tired mind? Is it your bank account, which dictates whether you feel totally secure or totally panicked? Is it a toxic relationship that you strictly refuse to let go of? I aggressively invite you to an honest, raw moment of repentance right now. Repentance is not me angrily hitting you with a heavy stick. It is me warmly inviting you to completely turn around and sprint back into my open, waiting arms. Tear down those cheap, useless idols today. They cannot comfort you in the middle of the dark night, and they absolutely cannot save your weary soul. I invite you to physically and spiritually rebuild the quiet place in your home and in your strict daily schedule. Put the loud phone down. Turn off the distracting television. Make intentional, aggressive room for me directly in the center of your busy living room. Fix your wandering, tired focus completely back on the cross of my Son. When you deliberately surrender your crowded life and invite me back into the absolute center, I promise that the hot, powerful fire of my Holy Spirit will dramatically fall on your surrendered life. I will instantly reignite your cold, exhausted heart. I will completely restore the deep, joyful passion you severely lack right now. You do not have to live your entire life feeling spiritually dry, constantly numb, and totally disconnected. You are literally starving yourself while a massive, beautiful, spiritual feast is waiting directly on your kitchen table. Come back to me today. Let us restore the deep, intimate conversation we used to have. Give me your heavy mornings and your tired evenings. Give me the stressful moments in your car. When you completely restore the broken altar of your heart, you will immediately see my profound, undeniable glory dramatically return to your everyday life. I am waiting for you right now, right here in this room. Let us start entirely over today. My child, I see you standing directly in the middle of a very crowded, incredibly noisy room. The world is aggressively shouting at you from every single direction. You turn on your television, and the loud news anchors tell you to completely panic. You open your phone, and 100 different voices fiercely demand your immediate attention, telling you exactly how to raise your kids, how to spend your money, and how to fix your broken life. Your friends offer you well-meaning but completely confusing advice. Your coworkers whispered toxic, dark rumors in your ear. I know your mind feels entirely overwhelmed and deeply exhausted by this endless, deafening noise. I am giving you a highly specific command today. Tune your ears directly to the clear, steady frequency of my Holy Spirit. I am offering you the profound, supernatural gift of divine discernment. I do not want you walking blindly through your busy day, constantly guessing what the right choice is. I want you to intimately know my specific will with absolute, unshakable certainty. I need you to urgently recognize the dangerous wolves dressed up in very convincing sheep's clothing. Not every single open door in your daily life is actually opened by me. Sometimes, the enemy places a shiny, attractive trap directly in your path, disguising it as a massive blessing or a great financial opportunity. That new job offer that promises you significantly more money, but will completely destroy your marriage and steal your peace. That is not from me. That charismatic person who constantly flatters you but quietly pulls you away from your deep faith. That is a dangerous wolf. I invite you to aggressively seek my wisdom before you sign the binding contract, before you make the major purchase, and before you agree to the new relationship. At me. I absolutely promise to give you my wisdom generously, without ever making you feel stupid for asking. Stop relying entirely on your own limited human logic, and start leaning completely on my perfect, eternal vision. I have placed a very specific, incredibly powerful umpire inside your chest, and that umpire is my divine peace. Pay very close attention to your physical body and your deep spirit today. When you are about to make a completely wrong decision, you will physically feel a sudden, sharp knot in your stomach. You will experience a sudden lack of rest, a deep, restless agitation that completely disturbs your sleep at night. That is my Holy Spirit actively warning you to stop right where you are. But when you are stepping directly into my perfect will, even if the choice is terrifying and incredibly risky, you will feel a deep, settling, profound calm. My absolute peace will completely rule your heart, acting as the final judge, telling you exactly which way to turn. I command you to never ignore that quiet, persistent warning in your gut. Test every single spirit, test every piece of friendly advice, and test every new idea against the solid, unbreakable truth of my written word. I also want to give you deep, practical wisdom about your own tongue today. Divine discernment is not just knowing exactly what to do. It is intimately knowing exactly when to speak and exactly when to remain completely silent. I see you getting dragged into useless, angry arguments on the internet or in your busy office. I see you rushing to aggressively defend yourself when someone totally misunderstands your pure motives. Stop it right now. You do not have to fiercely win every single argument to completely prove your human worth. I invite you to deeply trust me to be your ultimate, fierce defender. Sometimes, the most powerful, Spirit-led thing you can possibly do is firmly close your mouth and let me fight the loud battle directly for you. I will give you the exact, perfect words to say when it is time to speak, and I will give you the profound, supernatural strength to bite your tongue when it is time to quietly listen. Make a firm, unshakable decision right now to aggressively filter the loud voices you deliberately allow into your mind. Turn off the toxic daily news if it only breeds dark panic in your chest. Unfollow the specific people on your phone who constantly make you feel incredibly insecure and deeply angry. I command you to violently protect your mental and spiritual space. Fill your quiet, lonely moments with my pure truth. Listen closely to my gentle whisper in the early morning before the loud world wakes up and demands your time. As you actively practice tuning your ear to my specific voice, you will instantly recognize my tone. You will immediately spot the clever, dark lies of the enemy, and you will walk through your complex, confusing life with absolute, undeniable clarity. Receive my profound gift of clear discernment today, and step confidently away from the exhausting chaos of worldly confusion. Let us talk very honestly about the highly difficult, painful relationships in your life right now. I completely see the massive, thick tension sitting right in the middle of your living room. I see the deep, exhausting frustration you feel toward your spouse when they simply refuse to understand your heavy heart. I know the sharp, terrible sting of betrayal from a friend who suddenly walked entirely out of your life. I see the toxic coworker who constantly tries to undermine your hard work, and the incredibly difficult family member who aggressively ruins every single holiday dinner with their bitter, sharp words. You are constantly asking me how much more you are actually supposed to take. You are deeply tired of trying to hold everything perfectly together while everyone else falls apart. Today, I am giving you profound, practical wisdom to completely heal and successfully navigate the broken relationships in your everyday life. I command you to intentionally change how you respond to the exact people who hurt you. I know this is incredibly hard, but I strictly invite you to aggressively love your worst enemies. I am absolutely not asking you to accept their terrible, emotional abuse, and I am not asking you to fake a smile and pretend their toxic actions do not physically hurt you. I am asking you to look directly at them entirely through my eyes. That angry, bitter person who constantly attacks your character is deeply broken, completely lost, and acting entirely out of their own unhealed, dark trauma. When you actively choose to pray for the specific person who loudly gossips about you, you permanently break the heavy, iron chains of hatred trying to tightly wrap around your own neck. I command you to use the immense, supernatural power of a gentle tongue today. When your teenager screams at you, or your spouse makes a sharp, biting comment, your natural fleshly instinct is to fiercely scream right back. Do not do it. A soft, gentle answer will violently break their intense, burning anger, but a harsh, cruel word will only pour gasoline on a raging fire. Let my absolute, unshakable grace completely control your mouth. I also absolutely need you to be incredibly wise about the specific, chosen people you actively allow into your inner circle. I command you to intentionally choose close companions who actively sharpen your faith and forcefully push you closer to my presence. If you are constantly spending your precious, limited time with people who constantly complain, constantly gossip, and deeply doubt my fundamental goodness, they will eventually drag your strong, beautiful faith straight down into the dark dirt with them. You are absolutely allowed to set firm, completely healthy boundaries. Setting a strict boundary is not an act of vicious hate. It is a holy, beautiful act of honoring the physical and spiritual temple I perfectly built. You have my absolute, divine permission to kindly step completely away from the toxic relationships that continually drain your physical energy and aggressively steal your hard-earned peace. Violently protect your heart, because it is the exact, pure wellspring of your entire life. If you are currently married, I am speaking directly to your holy marriage covenant right now. I see the massive, invisible walls you and your spouse have slowly, quietly built out of unsaid words and lingering, dark resentments. I invite you to aggressively tear those cold, silent walls completely down today. A holy, powerful marriage requires massive, painful, absolute sacrificial love. It strictly requires you to completely lay down your fierce human pride and be the very first one to sincerely apologize, even when you firmly believe you are 100% right. Stop keeping a long, bitter, daily scorecard of their human failures. Serve them incredibly humbly today. Wash their tired feet with your unexpected kindness. Speak absolute life and deep, profound respect directly into their tired, beaten spirit. I heavily promise you that genuine humility and pure, quiet service can completely heal the massive rifts that worldly logic and loud arguing can never possibly fix. You cannot ever control exactly how other broken people treat you, but you have total, absolute, undeniable control over exactly how you react. Do not let someone else's bitter, exhausting darkness permanently put out your bright, beautiful light. When you are deeply, unfairly wronged, immediately bring your bleeding, broken heart directly to me. I will carefully bandage your deep, gaping wounds. I will actively comfort you when you feel completely alone and terribly misunderstood by everyone you love. I command you to boldly walk in the radical, shocking love of my Son today. Forgive incredibly quickly. Love fiercely and without strict conditions. Set incredibly wise boundaries and deeply trust me to actively heal the broken, painful spaces in your physical home and in your spiritual life. I am the great, eternal restorer, and I am actively working heavily on your behalf right this exact second. My precious, beloved child, I know you are feeling completely burned out and terribly, physically exhausted right now. I see you working incredibly hard at your demanding job, putting in the long, tiring, unrewarded hours, and yet you feel totally invisible and entirely unappreciated by your boss. I watch you aggressively pouring your limited, daily energy into raising your children, trying desperately to teach them the right, holy path, but some days it feels like absolutely nothing is getting through their stubborn, loud minds. I see you actively serving in your local community, quietly helping your neighbors, and always doing the right thing, even when absolutely no one else is looking to give you credit. Your weary, overworked mind is aggressively whispering a very dark, toxic lie to you today. It is telling you that your massive, daily effort is completely useless, and that your exhausting hard work will never actually matter. I am speaking directly, forcefully against the toxic lie right this second. I command you to hear my absolute, unbreakable promise of a massive, undeniable spiritual harvest. In my massive, eternal kingdom, there is a powerful, unbreakable, physical law of sowing and reaping. Every single time you intentionally choose to bite your angry tongue instead of yelling back, you are actively planting a massive seed of future peace in your home. Every single time you cheerfully pay your heavy bills and generously give to someone in need, you are heavily sowing a massive seed of extreme, undeniable financial blessing. Every single time you force yourself to stay awake late into the dark night, fervently praying for your broken, messy family, you are aggressively planting massive seeds of supernatural breakthrough directly in the dark spiritual soil. I strictly command you to absolutely not grow weary in doing good. Do not stop planting your precious seeds just because the physical ground currently looks incredibly dry and completely barren to your human eyes. You cannot possibly see what is violently growing beneath the surface. I am actively working deeply in the dark dirt of your life, deliberately causing those tiny, fragile seeds to violently break open and take deep, permanent root. I know you have physically planted many of these seeds while crying bitter, hot, painful tears. You have sown your deep, desperate prayers exactly in the middle of massive grief, intense physical pain, and absolute, bone-deep exhaustion. But I explicitly promise you this right now: the painful, burning tears of the sower are going to miraculously, undeniably become the loud, joyful, echoing songs of the reaper. You will absolutely return to your home carrying a massive, overflowing harvest directly in your tired arms. But you must aggressively protect the precious seeds of my word from the vicious, hungry birds of the air. The enemy desperately wants to completely steal your daily hope. He aggressively sends dark cynicism, deep doubt, and heavy, suffocating discouragement to actively snatch the promises I have boldly spoken over your life. I command you to violently chase those dark birds away. Heavily guard your mind. Guard your bold, radical faith. Refuse to let the daily news or your current, low bank balance convince you that the promised, massive harvest is completely canceled. You must deeply learn to patiently wait for the necessary, refreshing rain. A farmer does not aggressively plant a tiny seed on Monday and furiously scream at the dirt on Tuesday because there is no sudden fruit. The wise farmer waits completely for the early and the latter rains. I am sending the perfect, refreshing, heavy rain of my Holy Spirit directly onto your dry, thirsty fields right now. The exact things you have been desperately, painfully waiting for: the saved, healed marriage, the rebellious child finally coming home, the massive financial breakthrough, the miraculously restored health, are growing right this exact second. Trust my perfect, unshakable, flawless timing. Very soon, you are going to experience the immense, overwhelming, physical joy of seeing actual lives radically change directly through your quiet, daily, unseen obedience. You are going to physically see the massive, undeniable results of your long, hard, painful sacrifice. You not quit right before the massive miracle completely breaks through the hard soil. Stand up straight today. Wipe the deep exhaustion entirely from your tired eyes. Look out at the vast, open field of your life. The incredible harvest is not just eventually coming. It is completely, eternally guaranteed by my own blood. I am the absolute Lord of the harvest, and I promise you that your immense, faithful, tiring labor is absolutely not in vain. Keep aggressively planting, keep deeply trusting me, and get entirely ready to reap a massive, overflowing, shocking reward. Do you feel the heavy, icy, terrifying grip of dark panic tightly squeezing your chest right now? I completely see you violently waking up at 3 o'clock in the dark morning, your physical heart frantically racing, absolutely terrified of a dark, unpredictable future you cannot control. I intimately know the intense, suffocating dread that instantly washes over you when you look at the scary medical diagnosis, when you stare blindly at the massive stack of unpaid bills on your table, or when your mind aggressively imagines the worst possible things happening to your precious, fragile children. The dark spirit of fear is aggressively hunting you, trying to permanently paralyze your bold faith and completely destroy your daily, hard-earned peace. But I am physically stepping directly into your dark, quiet room right now, and I am speaking with absolute, earth-shaking, divine authority. I have absolutely not given you a crippling spirit of fear. That toxic, paralyzing dread does not belong to your identity, and it absolutely does not come from my hand. I have deliberately given you a powerful, aggressive spirit of massive power, profound love, and a completely sound, sharply focused mind. I explicitly command you to immediately stop accepting dark fear as a normal, unavoidable part of your everyday life. Stop letting the loud, terrifying, lying voices of the enemy freely live in your head completely rent-free. I aggressively invite you to actively pick up the heavy, incredibly sharp sword of my word today. When the sudden, cold intimidation comes into your mind, you must fiercely fight back. When the loud enemy directly whispers in the dark that you are absolutely going to go bankrupt, you must open your physical mouth and loudly declare that I am your ultimate, endless provider. When he quietly whispers that your sickness is eventually going to kill you, you must confidently, loudly declare that by my painful, bloody stripes, you are totally, miraculously healed. You must violently attack the dark lies of the enemy with the solid, unbreakable truth of my eternal promises. My perfect, absolutely unconditional love completely casts out all of your dark, heavy dread. When you deeply, truly understand exactly how fiercely and perfectly I actually love you, fear instantly loses all of its toxic, paralyzing power. Would I, the Almighty Creator of the massive universe, carefully knit you together in your mother's dark womb, actively die to save you from your sins, and then suddenly, randomly abandon you to be completely destroyed by a temporary earthly crisis? Absolutely not. I am intimately, fiercely guarding your exact physical life. I am the fierce, warring Lion of Judah, and I am aggressively standing directly in the doorway of your physical home right now. No dark weapon completely formed against you will ever properly prosper. Every single lying tongue that rises against you in angry, bitter judgment will be completely, eternally condemned. I entirely know you currently feel like you are walking directly through a massive, blazing, terrifying fire. The physical flames of your severe daily trials are incredibly hot, and you are deeply terrified that you are going to completely burn to ash. But I command you to look very closely at the terrifying fire. I am calmly walking right there in the exact, blazing center of the roaring flames perfectly with you. I explicitly command you to stand incredibly bold today. You will absolutely walk entirely through this terrible, hot fire, and you will absolutely not be physically or spiritually burned. The incredibly hot flames will not even scorch your clothes or singe your hair. The only things that will completely, totally burn away in this painful, frightening fire are the heavy, rusty chains that have been holding you tightly bound. You are going to walk straight out of this dark, heavy season completely free, smelling absolutely nothing like the bitter smoke. I aggressively invite you to boldly breathe in my total, settling peace right now. Let your wildly racing heart completely slow down. Deliberately relax your tight, stiff, painful shoulders. The dark enemy completely feeds on your physical panic, but he instantly, totally starves when you deliberately choose to loudly worship me in the exact, violent middle of your terrifying storm. Give me your dark, suffocating dread today. Flatly refuse to actively imagine the worst-case scenarios. Actively, aggressively imagine my massive, overwhelming, complete victory instead. You are absolutely, completely safe. You are completely, heavily protected, and you are deeply, fiercely loved by the Almighty God. Walk entirely in my fierce, aggressive power today, and forcefully trample the dark spirit of fear directly under your own feet. You have just trampled the dark spirit of fear entirely under your feet, yet countless others are still suffocating in terrifying panic, desperately needing to hear this urgent, life-saving message right now. I am calling you to stand shoulder to shoulder with me to aggressively fund the immediate rescue of these shattered, terrified hearts. Your generous financial support is the exact physical oil that keeps this prophetic lamp burning brightly, guiding lost wanderers safely out of the dangerous, dry wilderness. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due when it is in the massive power of your hand to do it. This is your divine, critical appointment to help break heavy, rusted chains across the globe. Because you fiercely protect and provide for my kingdom's work, I strictly promise to violently rebuke the devourer for your sake and multiply the fresh bread on your own table 100-fold. Defeat the enemy's spirit of greed entirely and release your powerful gift today through a super thanks, a channel membership, with the PayPal link located in the description below. My precious one, do not silence my voice right now. It deeply, profoundly grieves me when my children walk away just seconds before their massive, overwhelming harvest is fully released. The enemy is aggressively whispering to your mind right now, telling you to stop listening, because he is absolutely terrified of the unshakable power you are about to receive. Prove him completely wrong. Honor my heart today. Stay with me for these final, crucial moments, because the very next words I speak will permanently shatter your deepest fears. My beautiful, beloved one, look at the completely ordinary 24 hours I have directly given you today. I actively watch you aimlessly scrolling through your glowing phone, completely wasting your precious, incredibly limited time on absolutely meaningless, loud distractions. I heavily see you tightly hoarding your money out of a deep, paralyzing, dark fear that you will simply not have enough resources for tomorrow. I watch you quietly bearing your beautiful, completely unique talents, because you are absolutely terrified that other flawed people will aggressively judge you if you boldly step out and try something new. I completely need to have a very serious, incredibly direct conversation with you today about the strict, holy stewardship of your physical life and your daily, physical breath. You are living your daily routine as if you completely own your time, your hard-earned money, and your physical body. But I must boldly, firmly remind you of the absolute truth. You are absolutely not your own. You were completely bought with an incredibly high, bloody, painful price. Every single breath you take today is a temporary, physical loan directly from my lungs. Every single dollar sitting in your bank account, every specific, creative talent in your hands, and every single hour ticking on your clock is a massive, holy, eternal investment that I have explicitly, personally entrusted to you. I strongly command you to aggressively manage the specific things I have lent to you. Stop wasting your beautiful, fragile life deeply obsessing over temporary, cheap things that will eventually rust, completely break, and fade entirely away. I strictly invite you to start aggressively living with a fierce, eternal perspective exactly in this very loud, temporal, distracting world. When you finally stand before me at the very end of your physical, earthly life, I am going directly to ask you what you specifically, intentionally did with the beautiful gifts I placed in your hands. I deeply, passionately want to look at you with immense pride and loudly say, "Well done, my incredibly good and entirely faithful servant." Do absolutely not act like the wicked, totally terrified servant who took his one valuable talent and completely, quietly buried it in the dark dirt strictly because he was afraid to publicly fail. I explicitly, intentionally gave you your specific, unique ability to teach, to build, to sing, to properly organize, or to deeply encourage other broken people so that you could aggressively, visibly expand my kingdom right here on this dark, hurting earth. Pull your beautiful talents completely out of the dirty ground today. Use them aggressively and loudly. If you try and fail, I will instantly, physically pick you up. But I completely command you to completely stop hiding your light in the shadows. Seek my eternal, holy kingdom and my strict righteousness first, absolutely above your loud career, entirely above your bank account, and completely above your fake social status. When you deliberately, aggressively put me completely first, I absolutely promise to seamlessly add everything else you specifically need directly into your life without the heavy, exhausting, crushing sorrow of daily striving. I also aggressively command you to completely break the toxic, heavy, suffocating power of greed and panic in your life by intentionally choosing to be radically, shockingly generous today. When you aggressively give your hard-earned money, your precious time, or your deep, painful forgiveness to someone else, you instantly, violently prove that worldly money is absolutely not your master. I am your absolute, eternal master. The immense, supernatural, physical joy of bold generosity is far, far better than the incredibly cheap thrill of blindly buying something new. Give deeply to the hungry poor. Directly help the exhausted single mother. Willingly feed the broken person who cannot possibly ever pay you back. When you actively open your tight, clenched, fearful hands to freely bless others, I will completely, aggressively overflow your hands with massive, totally unexpected blessings. Take a deep, incredibly sobering look at your busy, frantic calendar and your bank statement tonight. Do they clearly, visibly reflect a life that is completely, totally surrendered to the King of Kings? I strongly invite you to dramatically realign your daily, earthly priorities right now. Stop completely wasting the precious, holy breath I actively put in your lungs. Live today with immense, aggressive, divine purpose. Directly serve someone else with absolute, quiet humility. Use your loud, clear voice to aggressively, deeply encourage the completely broken-hearted. You are my specific, chosen, holy ambassador to a deeply dying, hopeless world. Manage your beautiful, fragile life with fierce wisdom, incredible, overwhelming joy, and profound, strict obedience, intimately knowing that your massive, eternal, spectacular reward is absolutely guaranteed by my own hand. I see the massive, heavy battlefield taking place directly inside your mind right now. I watch you lay in bed at night, staring blankly at the dark ceiling, aggressively replaying painful conversations from 3 years ago. You constantly run through terrible, imagined scenarios of what might go wrong tomorrow at your job. I see how you completely allow the loud, toxic voices of the daily news and the angry, bitter arguments on your phone to freely enter your head and completely dictate your mood. Your mind feels incredibly crowded, desperately exhausted, and deeply paralyzed by endless overthinking. I am speaking directly to that mental chaos right this very second. I strictly command you to completely stop allowing the dark, cynical world to aggressively parent your thoughts. You are actively handing the sacred keys of your peace directly over to the enemy every single time you choose to meditate on your fears instead of meditating on my unbreakable promises. I deeply invite you to radically, intentionally renew your mind today. You cannot physically stop a dark, anxious thought from suddenly knocking on your front door, but you have my absolute, divine authority to firmly refuse to let it inside your house. I command you to violently take every single negative thought completely captive to Christ. When the sudden thought whispers that you are going to be fired, you must immediately arrest that specific thought. Tie it up with the heavy, solid chain of my truth. Talk back to your own brain. Open your physical mouth and say, "No, I completely reject that dark lie. My Heavenly Father is my absolute provider, and He heavily protects my daily steps." If you do not actively, aggressively fight back against these toxic lies, they will quickly build a massive, permanent fortress of dark depression right inside your head. Your daily, physical peace is completely, directly linked to your exact thought life. You are desperately praying and begging me to give you sudden peace, but you are actively choosing to watch, read, and listen to things that deeply breed panic and intense anger. I strongly command you to change your mental diet today. You cannot deeply consume the world's toxic garbage all day and heavily expect to produce the peaceful, sweet fruit of my Holy Spirit by the evening. I invite you to intentionally fix your tired eyes completely on things that are absolutely true, deeply noble, and incredibly pure. When you wake up tomorrow morning, do not immediately reach for your glowing screen to see what the angry world is shouting about. Reach directly for my word. Let my gentle, quiet voice be the very first thing that physically washes over your tired brain. I am heavily offering you absolute, total mental freedom right now. The heavy fog of confusion and the thick, dark cloud of daily anxiety do not have the right to permanently stay in your mind. I am the God of extreme clarity and profound, settled peace. I want to actively rewire your exhausted brain. When you spend quiet, dedicated time meditating on my deep love for you, the physical structure of your thoughts completely changes. The dark paths of panic are entirely overgrown, and the bright, white roads of calm, unshakable trust are powerfully built. I command you to guard the door of your mind with fierce, aggressive jealousy today. If a thought does not actively bring you deep hope, if a conversation does not bring you closer to my presence, firmly shut the door on it. Step out of the exhausting mental prison of what if and step entirely into the bright, open freedom of my absolute truth. My precious child, I completely see how dark and incredibly cold your workplace, your neighborhood, and your daily environment often feel. You walk into your office and you immediately feel the heavy, thick atmosphere of bitter gossip, deep greed, and aggressive, cutthroat competition. You look at the hurting people standing in line next to you at the grocery store, and you clearly see the absolute, crushing hopelessness permanently etched onto their tired faces. You are desperately asking me why I have placed you in such a highly difficult, deeply negative place. You simply want to escape the constant, heavy tension. But I am telling you a profound, powerful truth today. I deliberately, intentionally placed you directly in the middle of that exact darkness. I strongly command you to completely stop trying to run away from the dark shadows. You are the specific, bright salt that actively preserves this decaying world, and you are the intense, beautiful light that completely shatters the heavy darkness. I strictly invite you to aggressively reflect my brilliant glory in a world that is rapidly losing all its hope. Do you genuinely understand the massive, physical impact your quiet life has on the broken people around you? When your difficult boss unfairly yells at you, and you calmly, kindly respond with deep respect instead of angry defense, you instantly shine a blinding, supernatural light into their dark day. When everyone else in your family is aggressively panicking over the economy, and you remain completely, totally grounded in my perfect peace, you become a massive, unshakable city on a hill. People are intimately, quietly watching your exact reactions. They are watching to see if the God you loudly sing about on Sunday is actually real and powerful enough to sustain you on a terrible, stressful Tuesday afternoon. I heavily command you to boldly share the massive, life-changing truth of my gospel through both your spoken words and your quiet, daily deeds. Do not forcefully preach at people with loud, arrogant anger, but completely draw them in with your shocking, radical, unexpected kindness. Pay for a stranger's meal. Forgive a massive, painful debt. Speak absolute, pure life directly into the deeply insecure coworker who acts out of pure jealousy. Your physical, everyday life might literally be the only single Bible that some of these broken people will ever read. If your life is constantly filled with the exact same bitter complaining and the exact same dark fear as the rest of the world, why would they ever want the Savior you claim to know? I need you to look completely, radically different. I need your deep, unshakable joy to actively confuse the cynical world. Step completely into your holy, divine calling today. You are my direct, physical ambassador in your specific neighborhood and your exact office building. I have explicitly given you my full, heavy authority to violently push back the kingdom of darkness simply by walking into a room filled with my Holy Spirit. Do not ever hide your beautiful light under a cheap basket just because you are deeply afraid that someone might mock your faith or reject your kindness. Let them mock you. The dark always aggressively hates the light because the light completely exposes the hidden dirt. But the dark can absolutely never, ever extinguish the light. I am burning fiercely, deeply, and brightly directly inside your chest. Walk incredibly tall today. Shine your light aggressively, fearlessly, and continuously. I will actively use your small, quiet acts of radical obedience to completely, permanently change the eternal destinies of the broken people standing right in front of you. I watch you furiously wrestling with the heavy steering wheel of your life right now. You are desperately, aggressively trying to force your specific plans to work out exactly the way you wrote them down in your daily planner. You are deeply angry because I have completely closed a door you desperately wanted to walk through. You are incredibly frustrated because the specific timeline you created for your career or your family is falling entirely apart. You are asking me, with tears of exhaustion in your eyes, why I am actively ruining your beautiful plans. My child, I need you to drop the heavy steering wheel immediately. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the absolute beginning and the exact, final end. I command you to deeply, entirely submit your tiny, limited human vision to my massive, perfect, eternal sovereignty. My holy ways are vastly, infinitely higher than your earthly ways, and my brilliant thoughts are far beyond your basic, human comprehension. I completely understand that from your current, ground-level view, your life looks like a messy, chaotic, painful disaster. You only see the tangled, ugly knots on the absolute back of the tapestry. But I am seated firmly, highly on the eternal throne, and I see the breathtaking, finished masterpiece on the front. I explicitly promise you that I am actively, aggressively working all things together for the absolute, ultimate good of those who deeply love me. That completely includes the painful breakup, the sudden, terrifying layoff, the humiliating failure, and the long, silent season of dry waiting. Nothing, absolutely nothing, happens in your physical life outside of my direct, sovereign permission and my highly specific, loving purpose. If I completely allowed a massive storm to violently hit your house, it is strictly because I am using the heavy wind to fiercely blow away the dead branches that were slowly killing you. I deeply invite you to absolutely surrender your stubborn, demanding human will today. The massive, crushing exhaustion you feel right now is entirely caused by your fierce, daily resistance to my perfect plan. You are aggressively fighting against the very current of my grace. Stop kicking against the heavy goads. Stop trying to furiously convince me that your small, limited plan is somehow better than my infinite, flawless design. When you finally, totally surrender your will and your deep need for absolute control, you instantly, miraculously find my best, the safest, most deeply peaceful place in the entire, massive universe is directly in the exact, dead center of my perfect will, even if that will physically takes you directly through a terrifying, dark valley. I strongly command you to find absolute, unshakable comfort in the profound truth that I am the King who completely reigns over your exact, messy circumstances. I have never once been shocked by a sudden emergency in your life. I have never once had to frantically come up with a secondary backup plan because things went wrong. I had the perfect, beautiful solution completely prepared long before you even knew you had a massive problem. So take a deep, completely surrendered breath right now. Open your tightly clenched fists. Give me your broken dreams, give me your incredibly stubborn timeline, and completely give me your deep, exhausting need to understand the detailed why. You do not need to understand the entire blueprint if you absolutely, completely trust the master architect. Rest entirely in my massive, capable hands today, and fiercely watch how I beautifully, perfectly weave your painful trials into a glorious, eternal crown. My precious, deeply loved child, as this profound, holy conversation comes to a close today, I need you to listen to my voice more closely than you ever have before. The loud, chaotic world is waiting for you exactly outside your front door. The difficult job is still there, the heavy bills still need to be paid, and the complex, messy relationships still require your daily attention. But you are absolutely not walking back into that chaos the exact same way you came in. You are walking out of this quiet moment heavily armed, deeply loved, and fiercely protected. I am giving you my absolute, final, unbreakable promise right now. I am with you always, even to the exact, final end of the age. I strongly command you to permanently anchor your tired soul directly to this massive, unshakable truth. I will absolutely never leave you, and I will absolutely never, ever forsake you. When you wake up in the dark, terrifying hours of the silent midnight, and the icy panic aggressively grips your chest, deeply remember that I am sitting exactly there on the edge of your bed. When you walk into the hostile, cold boardroom to face your angry critics, deeply know that I am aggressively standing right behind your chair, completely filling the room with my heavy, holy authority. You are never, ever abandoned. You are never physically or spiritually alone. I have specifically, lovingly prepared a permanent, beautiful dwelling place for you in my eternal presence, and I am fiercely preparing you right now to easily handle the earthly road that leads you there. I heavily invite you to step entirely out of your daily fear and completely into the massive, ocean-like depth of my constant, daily presence. I am actively breathing my Holy Spirit directly into your tired lungs right this exact second. Receive it now. Take a deep, massive breath of my absolute grace. I am completely giving you my supernatural, heavy peace. My peace I physically leave with you. My absolute peace I directly give to you. I do not give it to you as the cheap, temporary world gives, which instantly fades away the second a new problem arrives. My peace is a solid, heavy, unbreakable anchor perfectly hooked into the bedrock of heaven. Do not let your fragile heart be deeply troubled, and absolutely do not let it be completely afraid. You have the Creator of the stars, the commander of the massive angel armies, and the fiercely loving Father walking perfectly in step with your physical feet today. Go forth now, my beautiful, chosen heir. Step out of your front door today with your head held incredibly high and your shoulders pulled completely back. You are heavily empowered by my spirit. You are totally covered by my blood. And you are fiercely, deeply, unconditionally loved by my heart. Whatever massive, terrifying giant completely stands in your way today, we will absolutely strike it down together. Whatever deep, dark valley you must physically cross, I will be the blazing, bright fire that carefully lights your path. Be completely still right now, in your physical body and in your racing mind, and deeply, intimately know that I am your God forever. I love you with an everlasting, furious, unshakable love. Walk completely in my absolute, undeniable victory today. As you go forth heavily armed with my unbreakable promises, remember that I deliberately brought you here to see this right now so you could become a vital, living conduit of my miraculous grace. I am intensely urging you to join my holy mission to aggressively broadcast this exact truth to the farthest, darkest corners of the earth. Your faithful financial gift is the living water and the sudden, miraculous manna that physically sustains this ministry and directly feeds millions of starving, exhausted souls. Give, and it will absolutely be given back to you in a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running completely over. For the spiritual harvest is massively ripe, but the hour is incredibly late. As you aggressively sow your seed into this fertile ground today, I decree a supernatural, immediate return of deep peace, divine health, and radical financial overflow directly into your family's hands. Solidify your sacred covenant with me right this second by sending a super thanks, joining as a member, or donating through the PayPal link in the description. Amen. My child, stop what you are doing and listen to me carefully, because this is not a random message, and this is not a moment you can afford to ignore. I brought you here because there is something I need you to see right now, before you make another move, before you return to the noise, before you keep carrying what has already been breaking you in silence. Stay with me all the way to the end, because what I am about to reveal will expose what has been draining you, uncover what you have been avoiding, and place clarity directly into the place where confusion has been fighting for control. Do not click away. Do not brush this off. Let every word reach you, because this message is not just for your comfort. It is for your turning point. If you stay, you will know exactly why I stopped you here, and you will feel the shift before this message is over. My child, I need you to understand something before you go any further with your day. You did not land here by accident, and I am not speaking to you because the timing happened to line up in some small, meaningless way. I brought you here because I know what your heart has been holding when no one else was close enough to notice. I know the version of you that people see when you smile, when you answer politely, when you keep moving, when you act as if everything is manageable. But I also know the version of you that sits quietly with thoughts you do not say out loud. I know the heaviness that follows you into the room even when you look calm on the outside. I know how tired you have become from carrying things that never fully leave your mind. I know the pressure in your chest when you try to rest, but your thoughts do not let you settle. I know the moments when you have looked around at your life and wondered why it feels like you are standing in the middle of everything and still somehow feeling alone inside it. You have had questions you did not know how to form. You have had emotions you could not explain without breaking open. You have had days where nothing terrible happened and yet something in you still felt worn down, still felt stretched, still felt close to tears for reasons you could not even fully name. I know that. I have been with you in every single one of those moments. I have watched you keep going when you did not feel strong. I have watched you carry responsibilities while your heart was asking for relief. I have watched you give energy to people while wondering why no one seemed to notice how empty you were becoming. And because I know all of that, I need you to hear me clearly now. I placed this message in front of you on purpose because I will not let you keep believing that what you are carrying is unseen. You may have convinced yourself that you just happened to pause here, that maybe this is only another piece of content, another passing moment, another set of words. But your spirit knows something deeper is happening, and that is why you stayed long enough to listen. There is a reason something in you slowed down when you came to this point. There is a reason your attention did not slide past it the way it has slid past so many other things. It is because I have been trying to reach the place in you that has grown quiet from disappointment, the place that has learned how to survive but has not truly known how to rest. I am speaking to the part of you that still hopes, even after being let down. I am speaking to the part of you that still wants to believe I am near, even after seasons where I seemed silent. I am speaking to the part of you that has become so used to enduring that you no longer know what it feels like to be held. And I need you to let this settle into you slowly, not as a dramatic thought, not as something you brush aside because it feels too tender, but as truth. I know where you are emotionally. I know what this season has cost you internally. I know the private weight of the decisions you have been trying to make, the people you have been trying to understand, the memories that still return when you least expect them, the fear you have been trying to hide behind strength. I know you have been telling yourself to just push through. I know you have been hoping that if you stayed busy enough, focused enough, useful enough, maybe the ache will quiet down on its own. But that ache has remained because I never intended for you to numb it and move on without letting me into it. You were not made to carry your inner life alone. You were not made to be strong in every room and broken in private while pretending that is normal. You were not made to wonder whether I still see you when life becomes confusing and your prayers feel slower than your pain. I see you now, completely, tenderly, and without distance. I am not standing far from what you feel. I am inside this moment with you, drawing your attention not to shame you, not to pressure you, not to frighten you, but to gently interrupt the story you have been telling yourself that says you must figure everything out before you can be at peace. You do not have to earn my nearness by being composed. You do not have to prove your faith by never feeling overwhelmed. You do not have to hide your weariness from me as if I only come close to the polished version of you. I came for the real you. I came for the one who is trying. I came for the one who is tired. I came for the one who still wants to trust but feels fragile. And I am telling you now, with all the steadiness of a father who has never once lost sight of you, that this moment was arranged because I know what you have been carrying in silence, and I am not going to let that silence define this next part of your life. You have spent more time than you realize trying to make peace with things that were quietly hurting you. Some of it has come from waiting too long for clarity. Some of it has come from disappointment that never fully healed because life kept moving, and you told yourself you had to move with it. Some of it has come from the pressure of being needed, the pressure of being dependable, the pressure of being the one who keeps functioning even when your inner world is asking for care. You have learned how to keep going in ways that impress people who only see your outside. But I have watched the cost of that endurance. I have seen what it has done to your sleep, to your joy, to your ability to feel present, to your confidence when you are alone with your own thoughts. There have been moments when you wondered whether something was wrong with you because you could not simply shake off what you felt. There have been moments when you judge yourself for being affected by things that other people seem to move past more easily. There have been moments when you thought maybe you were too sensitive, too emotional, too burdened, too late, too complicated. But you were never too much for me. The reason I am drawing near in this way is because I want to begin untangling the false conclusions you have formed in the quiet places of your mind. I want to show you that what you called weakness was often exhaustion. What you called failure was often grief. What you called confusion was sometimes the result of carrying too many voices inside you at once. You have been listening to fear, memory, pressure, urgency, guilt, and expectation all at the same time, and then you have wondered why peace felt hard to reach. I am not disappointed in you for that. I understand how you got here. I understand how life shaped certain reactions in you. I understand how repeated letdowns made you more guarded. I understand how unanswered questions made you more restless. I understand how being strong for too long can make tenderness feel unfamiliar. That is why I have not come to demand performance from you in this moment. I have come to draw you into honesty. I want you to be honest with me about what has been wearing you down. I want you to stop rushing past your own soul as if it is an inconvenience. I want you to notice what your heart has been trying to say while your schedule, your responsibilities, and your distractions have kept covering it up. You do not need to force a breakthrough right now. You do not need to create some dramatic spiritual response to prove that you are listening. What I want from you in this moment is much simpler and much deeper than that. I want your attention. I want your willingness. I want you to let the wall come down just enough for truth to enter. I want you to stop treating your inner pain like background noise and let me show you that I have been aware of every detail. Even the things you have not named yet, I already understand. The thing that unsettled you this week, I saw it. The memory that came back and changed your mood, I saw it. The conversation that left you overthinking long after it ended, I saw it. The fear about your future that you have not told anyone because you are tired of explaining yourself, I saw it. A hidden disappointment you still carry from what did not happen, from who did not stay, from what did not turn out the way you hoped, I saw it. And because I saw it, I brought you here. Not to leave you with emotional intensity and no direction, but to begin shifting something inside you. I want you to know that your silence has not hidden you from me. It has only made me come closer. I am not waiting for you to be more spiritual before I speak. I am not waiting for you to feel strong before I guide you. I am not waiting for you to have the perfect prayer before I respond. I am responding now because I love you now, as you are now, in the middle of this exact season. So before you move on, before you return to noise, before you tell yourself you will think about this later, stay here with me long enough to let this truth settle. You are not overlooked. You are not drifting unnoticed. And you are not carrying this season alone. I placed this message before your eyes because I know exactly what you have been carrying in silence. And this is the beginning of me teaching you how to stop carrying it the same way. My child, I need you to sit with me here and stop calling every delay a denial, because some of the moments that hurt you most were not signs that I had stepped away from you. They were signs that I was working in places your eyes could not reach yet. You have looked at certain seasons of your life and quietly concluded that I must have been absent because the answer did not come when you expected it. The door did not open when you prayed. The relationship did not heal the way you hoped. The opportunity did not arrive on your timeline, and the path ahead did not become clear when your heart was begging for certainty. I know how that felt to you. I know how long some nights became because you were trying to make sense of silence. I know how many times you looked around and wondered why other people seemed to be moving forward while you felt like you were standing in place, waiting, while nothing around you seemed to shift. I know how discouraging it became when you kept showing up, kept praying, kept trying to stay faithful, and still it felt as if your life was caught in a kind of holy pause you did not understand. But I want you to hear me now without rushing past this truth. I was never still just because you could not see movement. I was never absent just because the evidence was not visible yet. I was never late just because your pain was impatient. I was already working behind the curtain while you were staring at the stage, wondering why nothing had started. There were conversations you did not hear that I was already arranging. There were hearts I was already softening. There were dangers I was already blocking. There were roads I was already closing because they would have wounded you later. There were lessons I was already deepening in you because what I was preparing required a version of you that could carry it without being crushed by it. I know you wanted immediate relief. I know you wanted a quick answer, a quick rescue, a quick resolution. I know you wanted something obvious enough that you would never again have to question whether I was near. But there are times when I love you too much to give you speed when what you really need is shaping. There are times when I protect you by slowing the process, because if I let everything happen at the pace of your desperation, you would step into things you are not emotionally ready to sustain. You would connect yourself to outcomes that look beautiful from a distance, but would become burdens in your hands. You would call something a blessing because it arrived fast, while I can already see the fracture lines hidden beneath it. That is why I need you to stop measuring my faithfulness only by visible movement. Look deeper. Look back. Think carefully. There are things you once begged me for that now, with clearer eyes, you quietly thank me for not allowing. There are people you wanted to keep that would have kept you small. There are plans you wanted to force that would have built your life on unstable ground. There are places you thought you needed to go that would have drained the life out of your spirit. Some of your unanswered prayers were not evidence of distance. They were the fingerprints of my mercy. Some of your delays were not empty waiting. They were quiet construction. I was laying foundations you could not appreciate at the time because all you could feel was the ache of not yet. But now I need you to let me reframe that season for you. Do not keep telling the story as if I disappeared. Do not keep replaying those months or those years as if they were proof that I forgot you. I was there in the hidden places. I was there in the closed doors. I was there in the redirection. I was there in the painful pause. I was there in the ache that made you ask harder questions. I was there in the silence that stripped away false dependencies. I was there in the delay that taught you not to build your identity on immediate outcomes. I was there every time you thought nothing was moving, already moving what mattered most. So stop now. Put your hand over your heart and let me say this to you personally. You were never abandoned. You were being prepared. You were being protected. You were being positioned. And I need you to let that truth soften the bitterness that formed when you misunderstood the silence. There is a reason this message is reaching you now, because you are standing in a place where your interpretation of the past is about to affect the way you walk into what comes next. If you keep believing that delay means I left you, then every pause ahead will fill you with fear. Every slower season will feel like punishment. Every unanswered prayer will trigger panic. Every closed door will look like rejection. And if you keep reading your life that way, you will miss the wisdom I am trying to build in you. So I am inviting you now, very directly, very personally, revisit those delayed places with me. Do not revisit them alone, because if you go back alone, you will only hear the echo of your pain. Go back with me, and let me show you what was happening underneath what you could see. Let me show you the places where I spared you. Let me show you the moments where I interrupted something that would have eventually broken you. Let me show you how often your tears watered ground that is only now beginning to bear fruit. Let me show you how often what looked like emptiness was actually a hidden harvest, a slow seed, a quiet unfolding. I want you to stop demanding that every holy thing arrive with fireworks. Some of the deepest work I do in your life is silent. Some of the strongest foundations are built underground. Some of the most life-changing answers begin in ways that do not look impressive at first. You wanted thunder, but sometimes I work like rain. You wanted instant clarity, but sometimes I work like dawn. You wanted all the doors open at once, but sometimes I work like a careful father who unlocks one thing only after I know your hands can hold it. Trust that. Receive that. Do not keep fighting the pace of your own becoming. You are not behind in the way you think. You are not forgotten in the way fear said yes. You are not being punished because something took longer than expected. You are in a process that is more precise than your panic can understand. I want you to do something now. Release your timeline to me. Not in a shallow way, not as a phrase you say because it sounds spiritual, but in a real way. Open your hands. Let go of the internal countdown. Stop checking your life against everyone around you. Stop comparing your chapter to someone else's highlight. Stop telling yourself you should already be further along. That voice has made you cruel with yourself. That pressure has stolen peace from you. Lay it down. Invite me into the places where you feel late. Invite me into the places where you feel left behind. Invite me into the memories that still sting because you thought I did not come through. Let me speak over those places until your soul begins to understand that delay is not always dead space. Sometimes it is sacred space. Sometimes it is the room where I am moving pieces with a precision that will make sense later. even if it hurts now. And hear me carefully, because this matters for where you are standing right now. Some of what you have been waiting on is closer than you realize. But if you remain bitter toward the timing, you will struggle to receive what I am bringing with open hands. So choose a different posture. Do not harden. Do not withdraw. Do not keep rehearsing the pain of the wait until it becomes your identity. Stay soft with me. Stay teachable with me. Stay close enough to hear what I am saying beneath the silence. Come nearer. Trust me in the unseen. Obey even when the full picture is not visible. Let your heart learn a deeper rhythm than urgency. I was moving pieces when you thought nothing was happening, and I am still moving them now. The difference is that soon you will begin to see what I have been building, and when you do, you will understand that what looked like delay was never abandonment at all. It was the hidden hand of a Father who loved you enough not to rush what needed to be made ready. My child, I know how many times you have asked me for a sign without even using those exact words. Sometimes you said it in prayer. Sometimes you said it in frustration. Sometimes you said it with tears, and sometimes you said it through silence, because you were too tired to form a sentence. I heard you in all of it. I heard you when you whispered in the dark and wondered if I still noticed you. I heard you when you looked up in the middle of a heavy day and quietly thought, if you are really with me, I need you to make it clearer. I heard you when your heart grew tired of trying to decode every delay, every redirection, every closed door, every inner nudge that you were never quite sure how to interpret. I know you have wanted something unmistakable, something strong enough to cut through your overthinking, something steady enough to quiet the noise in your mind, something personal enough that you would know I was not speaking generally to the world but specifically to you. And I need you to understand that this is one of those moments. This is not vague comfort. This is not random timing. This is not just another encouraging word floating past you while you scroll. I am answering you more directly than you expected because I know your heart has reached a place where ambiguity has become exhausting. You have been carrying too much uncertainty for too long, and part of what has made it so draining is that you have felt the tension between sensing that I am near and still not knowing what exactly I am saying. That tension has made you second-guess yourself. It has made you question your discernment. It has made you wonder if you are reading too much into small moments, or worse, missing the important ones entirely. But I want you to stop arguing with the way your spirit reacted when these words found you. Stop brushing it off. Stop reducing this to coincidence. Because your mind is afraid to trust what your heart already recognizes. There is a reason you paused. There is a reason something in you became alert. There is a reason these words feel like they are pressing against places you have not fully spoken aloud. That is not accidental. That is not your imagination creating meaning out of nothing. That is me stepping closer, speaking more plainly, answering the cry beneath your questions. I am not asking you to chase signs everywhere. I am asking you to recognize the one I have already placed in front of you. Look at how I have been getting your attention. Look at the themes that keep returning. Look at the unease that keeps surfacing when you ignore what your spirit already knows. Look at the way certain truths keep circling back, not to torment you, but to awaken you. I do not always answer with spectacle. I do not always speak through the dramatic. Sometimes I answer through a holy interruption that lands at the exact moment your soul is finally still enough to hear. Sometimes I answer through a phrase that reaches deeper than explanation. Sometimes I answer by arranging a moment where your defense is lower and your spirit recognizes my fingerprint before your logic can dismiss it. This is one of those moments. So stop and receive it. Do not rush past it because it feels too intimate. Do not disqualify it because it came through an ordinary-looking doorway. Do not demand thunder when I am already speaking in a way your heart can understand. I know what you needed from me. I know what question has been echoing underneath your busyness. I know the uncertainty that has been quietly wearing you down. And because I know, I am answering now in a way that is personal, direct, and impossible for your spirit to ignore if you will simply stop resisting what you already sense. Come closer. Put your defenses down. Let this moment be what it is. Let this be the answer you asked for, even if it arrived more gently than you expected. I am here, and I am not speaking in riddles to keep you confused. I am speaking clearly enough for the part of you that has been longing for confirmation to finally exhale. But I also need to teach you something important about the kind of clarity you have been asking for, because you have often imagined that clarity means having the entire picture at once. You have wanted certainty before obedience. You have wanted the full map before the first step. You have wanted reassurance that nothing will hurt, nothing will fail, nothing will be delayed, nothing will surprise you, and then you would feel safe enough to move. I understand why you want that. I understand how your past has shaped that desire. I understand how disappointment taught you to crave guarantees. I understand how unanswered prayers made you cautious. I understand how confusion made you hungry for control. But listen to me carefully now. The sign you asked for is not always permission to know everything. Sometimes the sign is simply enough like to take the next faithful step. Sometimes the confirmation is not a detailed explanation. Sometimes it is my voice steadying you in the place where fear has been trying to rule. Sometimes the answer is not, here is the whole future. Sometimes the answer is, trust me here. Release that. Do not go back. Stop forcing this. Wait a little longer. Walk away from that. Speak honestly. Ask. Forgive. Stay close. I want you to begin receiving my clarity in the form I give it, not only in the form you prefer. Because if you only accept my guidance when it satisfies your desire for total control, you will miss the kind of intimacy that is built when you learn to trust my voice in smaller steps. I want you to become familiar with me, not just fascinated by grammatic signs. I want you to know my peace so deeply that when something is off, you notice. I want you to know my conviction so clearly that when I say no, you do not keep negotiating with your own anxiety. I want you to know my nearness so personally that you stop asking whether I am here every time life gets difficult. This is why I am using this moment not only to answer you, but to train you. Receive the answer, yes, but also receive the invitation. Let this be the beginning of a different way of listening. Slow down and ask me before you react. Stay with me when your thoughts start spiraling. Invite me into the decisions before panic decides for you. Stop searching everywhere else for confirmation while ignoring the quiet truth I have already planted in your spirit. If you feel the nudge to release something, do not delay. If you feel the warning about a path that keeps draining you, pay attention. If you feel the invitation to rest, stop resisting because rest feels unfamiliar. If you feel the conviction to return to something you abandoned in fear, be brave enough to consider that I may be calling you back to alignment. I am not teasing you with partial answers. I am leading you. I am not withholding clarity to make you suffer. I am teaching you how to walk with me instead of only demanding outcomes from me. So take this personally now. This is one of those moments where I am answering more directly than you expected, and I do not want you to leave it untouched. Say yes to what I am showing you. Sit with the discomfort if truth is surfacing. Do not numb it. Do not distract yourself. Do not run back into noise just because your heart is being exposed. Say here. Ask me, what are you confirming right now? Then listen. Ask me, what have I already known deep down but kept avoiding? Then listen. Ask me, what next step are you asking of me? Then obey. I am not far away, and I am not silent in the way fear keeps telling you. I am here, speaking directly enough for your spirit to recognize that the sign you have been asking for is not out there somewhere in the distance. It is here, now, in this moment, in this interruption, in this invitation, in this holy clarity I am placing gently but firmly into your hands. My child, I need you to be very honest with me now about the thing you keep trying to control because it scares you to leave it unresolved. You know exactly what I am touching. There is an area of your life where your mind keeps circling, your emotions keep tightening, and your energy keeps draining because you have been trying to push something into place that cannot be secured by pressure. You have been trying to make it work, make it happen, make it clearer, make it stay, make it heal, make it move, make it open, make it become what you need it to become so you can finally breathe again. And I understand why. I know what is at stake emotionally. I know why this matters to you. I know how much hope, fear, memory, and expectation are all tied together in this one place. That is exactly why your anxiety has gained so much leverage there. It is not random. It is not because you are weak. It is because this matters deeply to you. And when something matters deeply, fear will often rush in and pretend it can protect you if it can just keep you hyper-alert, hyper-involved, hyper-responsible, hyper-engaged. But anxiety is a poor architect. It does not build peace. It builds panic. It does not create alignment. It creates exhaustion. It does not produce clarity. It produces noise. And I need you to stop confusing that frantic inner pressure with wisdom. You have been telling yourself that if you think about it enough, manage it enough, revisit it enough, explain it enough, anticipate every possible outcome enough, maybe you can prevent pain. Maybe you can secure the answer. Maybe you can avoid disappointment. Maybe you can finally force certainty into a place that still feels unstable. But the more you have tried to do that, the more tired you have become. The more you have tried to hold it all together, the more your peace has leaked out. The more you have tried to make the timing obey your fear, the more restless your spirit has become. That is because what you are trying to solve is not meant to be solved by your intensity. It is meant to be settled by my timing. I need you to hear that without resisting it. Some things cannot be rushed into wholeness. Some things cannot be manipulated into readiness. Some things cannot be secured by over-explaining, overreaching, over-checking, overthinking, or overextending yourself. If I have not opened it yet, your panic will not open it. If I have not confirmed it yet, your striving will not confirm it. If I have not restored it yet, your pressure will not heal it. If I have not released it yet, your worry will not speed it up. Stop now. Take your hands off what I have not asked you to force. Pull your heart back from the edge of compulsion. Let the loop in your mind slow down. You do not need to rehearse every possible disaster to prove that you care. You do not need to micromanage the future to prove that you are responsible. You do not need to chase control because uncertainty feels unbearable. Come to me instead. Sit down. Breathe. Put that thing in front of me honestly. Name it. Admit how badly you want resolution. Admit how much it has been affecting your peace. Admit how often it hijacks your thoughts. Admit how much energy it has consumed. Then hear me clearly. I am not asking you to stop caring. I am asking you to stop forcing. There is a difference. Caring stays open, attentive, and surrender. Forcing becomes tight, frantic, and fear-driven. Caring listens. Forcing pushes. Caring trusts. Forcing grabs. And I need you to move from grasping to trusting, because your current way of carrying this is wounding you more than you realize. What I am asking from you now is not passive indifference. I am not telling you to become careless. I am telling you to become surrendered. There is a holy difference between releasing control and giving up. When you give up, you disconnect because you are tired of hoping. When you surrender, you remain open, but you stop trying to do my job. That is the shift I want in you. I want you to stop taking responsibility for timing that belongs to me. I want you to stop acting as if your relentless mental effort is what keeps your future from falling apart. I want you to stop feeding the illusion that if you just hold enough tension in your body, somehow the outcome will be safer. It will not. That tension is not protecting you. It is draining you. It is stealing your attention from the present. It is clouding your discernment. It is making you more vulnerable to fear-based decisions. It is making you more likely to accept substitutes because the weight feels unbearable. And I love you too much to let your anxiety choose what only peace can rightly receive. So here is what I want you to do. Bring that thing to me again, but bring it differently this time. Do not bring it as a negotiation. Do not bring it as a frantic demand wrapped in spiritual language. Bring it as an offering. Say to me, Father, this matters to me, and you know it. But I refuse to let fear make an idol out of it. Then release your grip. If it is a relationship, stop trying to force clarity through constant emotional pressure. If it is a door you want opened, stop battering it with your timeline. If it is a dream you fear losing, stop suffocating it with panic. If it is a decision you are trying to make, stop letting urgency bully you into action before peace has arrived. Wait with me. Sit with me. Ask me better questions. Ask, what in me is this situation exposing? Ask, what fear is trying to control me here? Ask, what would trust look like in this exact place? Then obey what I show you. Sometimes trust will look like stepping back. Sometimes it will look like saying nothing for a while. Sometimes it will look like refusing to chase. Sometimes it will look like ending the cycle. Sometimes it will look like letting a door stay closed until I move. Sometimes it will look like choosing rest over rumination. And yes, that may feel unnatural to you at first, because anxiety has been teaching you that motion equals safety. But I am teaching you a better way. I am teaching you that peace can be active. I am teaching you that surrender can be strong. I am teaching you that restraint can be powerful. I am teaching you that what is meant for you does not need to be strangled into existence. If it is from me, it will stand in the right time. If it is aligned, it will not require you to abandon your peace to hold on to it. If it is healthy, it will not demand that you become someone frantic just to keep it alive. Trust me enough to stop forcing. Trust me enough to let what is not ready remain unfinished. Trust me enough to believe that delay does not mean disaster. Trust me enough to know that your life is not being held together by your overthinking. I'm holding you. I'm holding the timing. I am holding what you cannot fix tonight. I am holding what has not resolved yet. So loosen your grip. Come back to breathe. Come back to prayer. Come back to stillness. Come back to the steady center of my presence. Your anxiety has been trying to solve what only my timing can settle, and the freedom I am offering you now begins the moment you stop calling control your comfort and start letting trust become your home. My child, as you loosen your grip and stop forcing what only my timing can settle, I want you to see something greater unfolding. The peace you are stepping into is not only for you. It is a river meant to flow outward and reach other hearts who are still drowning in fear. Every time you choose to support the spreading of my word here, through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description, you are sowing seed into a field of souls that I am preparing for harvest. Did I not say, cast your bread upon the waters, and after many days you will find it again? What you release in faith becomes oil in the lamps of others who are waiting for light in their darkest night. I see the heart that says, Lord, I want to help carry this message farther, and I answer that desire with favor, provision, and multiplied impact. This moment is not random. It is a divine appointment where your generosity becomes a vessel for my voice to travel farther than you can see. So if your spirit feels the nudge, respond with faith. Give now. Support this mission now, and become part of the harvest I am raising through this message. My child, I need you to come close and let me speak directly to the part of you that has quietly started believing you are too late. You may not say those words out loud every day, but I hear them in the way you hesitate. I hear them in the way you compare yourself to others. I hear them in the way your heart tightens when you think about what could have been, what should have happened by now, what you thought your life would look like at this stage. I know how often you have looked behind you and counted missed chances, delayed decisions, painful detours, and seasons that seemed to disappear while you were just trying to survive. I know how easy it has become for your mind to build a case against hope. I know how often fear has sat beside you and whispered that the timing has passed, the door has closed, the best years are gone, the moment slipped away, and now you are left trying to make peace with a smaller version of the life you once believed I had for you. But I need you to stop entertaining that voice as if it is wisdom. It is not wisdom. It is weariness dressed in certainty. It is disappointment trying to protect itself by lowering your expectations before hope can rise again. It is pain trying to keep you from risking trust one more time. And I understand why it sounds believable to you, because you have walked through enough setbacks that your heart has learned to brace itself. You have had plans that fell apart. You have had relationships that did not become what you prayed for. You have had opportunities that seemed close and then slipped through your fingers. You have had seasons where you spent so much energy just getting through the day that the future began to feel like something for other people. I know that. I have watched you carry that hidden grief. I have seen the way certain birthdays, milestones, memories, and comparisons have quietly stirred sorrow in you. I have seen how you have smiled in public and then privately wondered whether you somehow missed the road you were supposed to be on. I have seen how fear has used your history to build a prison around your imagination. But listen to me now, and let this settle deeply. The path being harder than you expected does not mean the promise has expired. The road taking longer than you hoped does not mean the destination has been canceled. The fact that you needed time to heal, time to learn, time to survive, time to rebuild, time to unlearn what wounded you, time to recover from things you did not even fully understand at the time, that does not disqualify you from what I still intend to do in your life. I am not operating from your panic clock. I am not standing over your life with a human deadline in my hand, ready to withdraw my purpose, because you struggled longer than you wanted to. I am not fragile in my planning. I am not surprised by your detours. I am not scrambling to fix your future because something took longer than expected. I saw the delays before you lived them. I knew the pain before it reached you. I knew the people who would leave, the doors that would close, the parts of you that would need mending, the lessons that would take time, the grief that would have to be walked through instead of skipped over. And knowing all of that, I still spoke purpose over you. I still wrote promise into your life. I still prepared what belongs to you. So stop telling yourself the lie that difficulty equals expiration. Stop assuming that because the process has been heavier, the possibility is gone. Stop using your wounds as evidence that your future has shrunk. Come here. Let me retrain your thinking. Your timeline has not outrun my grace. Your delays have not exhausted my ability to redeem. Your setbacks have not confused my calling on your life. What I have for you is not expired just because the path has been rougher, longer, and more painful than you thought it would be. But I also need you to understand that fear of being too late does more than hurt your feelings. It changes how you live if you let it remain unchallenged. It makes you rush toward things that are not right because you are afraid there will not be another chance. It makes you settle for crumbs because you no longer believe a table is still being prepared. It makes you attach yourself to people, patterns, and possibilities that do not carry my peace, simply because your heart has become vulnerable to urgency. It makes you say yes when you should wait. It makes you chase what glitters because you are terrified of emptiness. It makes you lower your discernment and call it realism. I need you to stop that now. Release the fear. Put it down. Open your hands and let that false deadline fall to the ground. Do not let panic choose what only peace can receive. Do not let comparison become your compass. Do not let your past losses decide what you are still allowed to hope for. I want you to do something brave with me right now. Look at the area where you feel most behind and invite me into it without shame. If it is your calling, bring it to me. If it is your healing, bring it to me. If it is your family, your relationships, your finances, your dreams, your purpose, your sense of identity, your confidence, your sense of direction, bring it all to me. Then say, Father, I refuse to let fear tell me this is over when you have not said it is over. Speak that not as performance, but as a real act of surrender. Let me confront the lie at its root. You are not too late to heal. You are not too late to grow. You are not too late to become who I form you to be. You are not too late to walk in obedience. You are not too late to start again. You are not too late to let me restore what disappointment made you bury. And I am not only talking about external outcomes. I am talking about the deeper thing too. Some of what you think you lost is not just an opportunity. It is your own willingness to believe again. I want that back. I want your heart back from the lie that says the story has already peaked and now you are only living in the leftovers. No. There is still life ahead of you. There is still unfolding. There is still fruit on branches you thought had gone barren. There is still beauty in ground you thought had been exhausted. But you must stop partnering with the lie that it is too late, because that lie makes you spiritually sleepy and emotionally defensive. It makes you shrink before you need to. It makes you protect yourself from miracles by expecting disappointment. Come out of that small room. Step into the wider place I am calling you into. Lift your head. Refuse the language of expiration when I am still speaking invitation. Refuse the logic of fear when I am still writing your future. Refuse to bury what I have not buried. I am not asking you to ignore your pain. I am asking you not to let pain become prophecy. Your scars can tell the truth about what hurt you, but they do not get to tell the future. I do. And I am telling you now with the steadiness of a father who sees beyond your current horizon. The opportunity I have for you has not expired. It may look different than you once imagined. It may arrive through a road you did not plan. It may require more humility, more trust, more healing, more courage than you expected. But it is not gone. So stand up inside your spirit. Let hope breathe again. Open the windows of your heart. Stop speaking over your own life as if the best has already passed. I am not done. I am not late. And if you will walk with me instead of with fear, you will discover that what seemed delayed was not destroyed. It was being prepared in a deeper, wiser, stronger way than you could see. My child, I need you to let me speak plainly here, because there are people around you who have had more access to you than they should, and you have been paying a quiet price for that access for longer than you realize. This is not about becoming cold. This is not about becoming suspicious of everyone. This is not about building walls out of pain and calling it wisdom. This is about recognizing that not everyone who can reach you should remain that close to you. You have a tender heart. You have a giving nature. You know how to stay. You know how to care. You know how to understand people even when they are complicated. You know how to make room, offer grace, hold space, extend patience, and keep hoping for the best in someone even after they have shown you patterns that should have made you step back sooner. I know that about you, and I love that softness in you. But I also need to protect that softness from being consumed by people who keep taking without truly stewarding what you give. There are people who have grown comfortable receiving your energy while contributing to your confusion. There are people who lean on your availability while showing very little responsibility for how their presence affects your peace. There are people who keep drawing near when they need something, but leave your spirit heavier when they go. There are people who keep you emotionally tethered through inconsistency, mixed signals, unhealed behavior, repeated drama, subtle manipulation, or chronic self-focus, and because you are compassionate, you keep explaining away what your spirit has already been trying to show you. You keep telling yourself they mean well. You keep saying they are hurting. You keep remembering the good moments. You keep hoping they will become more self-aware. You keep waiting for the relationship to stabilize. But while you are waiting, something in you keeps weakening. Your peace gets thinner. Your discernment gets noisier. Your emotional energy gets consumed. Your mind gets pulled into loops. Your boundaries get softer. Your prayer life gets interrupted by relational turbulence. And because this has unfolded slowly, you have not fully recognized how much it has cost you. I need you to see it now. I need you to stop romanticizing access. I need you to stop equating availability with love. I need you to stop treating your open heart as if it has no stewardship attached to it. Your heart is not public property. Your peace is not a resource for everyone's unmanaged chaos. Your time is not a sacrifice I asked you to place endlessly at the feet of people who do not honor it. I am not calling you to harden. I am calling you to discern. Some people have been in close enough proximity to shape your emotions, shape your thoughts, shape your atmosphere, and yet they have not been healthy enough to handle that influence. That is why you have felt more tired after certain interactions. That is why some names change your mood before a conversation even begins. That is why your spirit has felt the need to brace before you answer. That is why some relationships feel like a storm cloud even when the sky looks calm. I have been showing you this, but now I am speaking more clearly because the season is shifting. I am beginning to separate you from what has been weakening you. And I need you to cooperate with its separation instead of resisting it out of guilt, nostalgia, or fear of being misunderstood. Do not chase who I am loosening. Do not keep reviving what I am trying to let fade. Do not keep over-explaining yourself to people who have repeatedly shown that they benefit from your lack of boundaries. Pay attention. Step back. Observe the fruit. Watch what happens in your spirit, not just what they say with their words. Let me help you discern what is love and what is unhealthy attachment. I know separation can feel painful to you, especially when you care deeply, especially when you have history, especially when part of you still wants resolution, peace, or mutual understanding. I know how hard it is when someone is not all bad, when there are real memories, real affection, real moments that mattered. That complexity is often what keeps you bound longer than you should be. You tell yourself, it is not always bad. You remind yourself of their wounds. You carry compassion for their struggle. And compassion is beautiful when it is guided by wisdom. But compassion without discernment becomes a slow leak. It becomes a way of staying too long in places that keep eroding your peace. I need you to understand that just because someone is wounded does not mean they are safe to stay close to in this season. Just because you love someone does not mean they are healthy enough to have the level of access they once had. Just because you can see their pain does not mean you are called to be the one who absorbs its fallout indefinitely. Some people need prayer from a distance, not intimacy up close. Some people need your forgiveness, but not your unrestricted access. Some people need your kindness, but not your constant availability. This is where I need you to be brave. Let me separate you. Do not sabotage the distance I am creating. Do not confuse withdrawal of unhealthy access with cruelty. Do not interpret every ending as failure. Sometimes distance is deliverance. Sometimes silence is safety. Sometimes less contact is the beginning of emotional clarity. Sometimes what feels like loss is actually me clearing the air around your soul so you can hear me again. I want you to test this honestly. What happens in you when you are away from certain people for a while? Do you feel lighter, clearer, more peaceful, more connected to me, more grounded in yourself? If so, pay attention. That is not selfishness. That is information. And if you keep re-entering the connection and the same old fog returns, the same old confusion returns, the same old exhaustion returns, then stop pretending the pattern is invisible. You do not need 10 more confirmations when the fruit has already been speaking. I am not asking you to hate them. I am asking you to honor what I am showing you. Pray for them, yes. Bless them, yes. Forgive where needed, yes. But stop letting your mercy override my warning. Stop letting your fear of disappointing them override your responsibility to steward your own peace. Stop letting your longing for harmony make you ignore repeated harm. Come with me into a stronger kind of love, the kind that can care without collapsing, the kind that can bless without being bound, the kind that can release without becoming bitter. I am teaching you how to love from alignment, not from depletion. I am teaching you how to protect what is tender in you without becoming closed. I am teaching you how to say, this access is no longer healthy, and still remain clean in heart. So do not resist what I am doing. If communication is decreasing, do not force it. If certain connections are naturally loosening, do not chase them in panic. If I am exposing patterns that once stayed hidden, do not minimize what I reveal. Cooperate with the separation. Let the distance breathe. Let the emotional entanglement unwind. Let the unhealthy access close. Make room for cleaner air in your soul. Make room for relationships that do not require you to abandon peace to maintain connection. Make room for people who honor your boundaries, value your presence, and do not feed on your availability. You are not losing everything. You are being refined. You are being protected. You are being repositioned. Some people have had access to your heart, your time, and your energy for too long, and I am beginning to separate you from what has been weakening you. Let me do it. Trust me in it. Walk with me through it. The peace that follows will tell you why it was necessary. My child, I know how tired you have become of hearing yourself hope and then weighing again. I know how exhausting it is to carry expectation in one hand and uncertainty in the other for longer than you ever imagined. I know there have been days when you told yourself you would stay steady, and then by evening something inside you sagged under the weight of how long this season has stretched. I know how often you have looked at the same area of your life and quietly wondered whether anything is really moving at all. You have prayed. You have tried to stay faithful. You have tried to keep your heart soft. You have tried to keep showing up, even when your emotions did not feel inspiring, even when your circumstances did not offer you much visible encouragement, even when the silence around the thing you care about most began to feel heavier than the thing itself. I have seen all of that. I have seen the subtle disappointment you do not always name because you are trying to be mature about it. I have seen the way you have swallowed questions instead of asking them because part of you was afraid of sounding ungrateful. I have seen the quiet ache of thinking, I thought I would be farther by now. I thought this would have shifted by now. I thought this part of my life would have breathed by now. And I need you to hear me with all the tenderness of a father who has never lost sight of where you are standing. Your disappointment is real, but it is not the full story. Your weariness is understandable, but it is not proof that nothing is happening. The length of the season has made it hard for you to feel movement, because when something takes longer than expected, the mind often starts measuring only by visible breakthroughs. If the door has not opened yet, you call it delay. If the answer has not appeared yet, you call it silence. If the relationship has not shifted yet, you call it dead. If the burden has not fully lifted yet, you call it endless. But I need you to stop measuring only by what your eyes can count in real time. I need you to stop assuming that because you cannot see a dramatic shift, nothing underneath is changing. You are much closer to change than you realize, and part of why it feels invisible is because the most important shifts often begin beneath the surface. Roots deepen before fruit appears. Foundations settle before structures rise. Dawn begins before the room brightens enough for you to call it morning. I need you to let that settle into your spirit. Do not keep narrating this season as if it is a hallway with no door. Do not keep calling it endless just because it has been longer than you hoped. There is movement. There is preparation. There is a rearranging you cannot fully see yet. There is a shift taking place in you, around you, and even ahead of you. Some things had to break loose in you before the external answer could be safely received. Some attachments had to weaken. Some fears had to surface. Some patterns had to be exposed. Some dependencies had to be stripped away. Some false versions of strength had to fall apart. Some people had to move out of the way. Some expectations had to be purified. Some places in you had to become able to carry what I am bringing without turning it into another burden. That work has been happening. And because it has been internal, relational, subtle, layered, and sometimes painful, you have been tempted to overlook it. But I have not overlooked it. I have been tending every hidden detail. I have been moving with precision where you only saw pause. I have been building where you only felt waiting. I have been aligning where you only sensed uncertainty. So I need you to stop and breathe. Do not let the length of this season convince you that you are still standing in the same place. You are not. You have changed. Your discernment has changed. Your capacity has changed. Your boundaries have changed. Your appetite has changed. Your sensitivity to what steals peace has changed. Your tolerance for what once kept you stuck has changed. Even your prayers have changed. That matters. That is movement. That is evidence. That is the sound of something nearing completion. Do not dismiss the hidden progress just because you have not yet seen the visible release. You are much closer than you feel, and I need you to hold that truth before fear steals it. But I also need to warn you gently about what often happens right before a shift. The enemy tries to convince you that the long season is your permanent address. He wants you to become so emotionally tired that when change begins to draw near, you no longer have the inner strength to receive it with trust. He wants you to normalize disappointment so deeply that hope feels dangerous. He wants you to become cynical enough that when I finally move, you second-guess the answer because your heart has grown too accustomed to brace for loss. That is why I am speaking now. I am not only comforting you, I am preparing you. Lift your eyes. Do not curl inward now. Do not shrink your expectations to protect yourself. Do not sabotage what is near by constantly rehearsing what has not happened yet. Come out of that small place. Open the windows in your soul again. Let fresh air in. Let hope back in, not as fantasy but as alignment. I want you to start praying differently in this part of the season. Stop only praying from exhaustion. Start praying from expectancy. Stop only telling me how long it has been. Start asking me how to posture your heart for what is near. Ask me what still needs to be released. Ask me what still needs to be trusted. Ask me where you need to stay faithful, where you need to stay still, where you need to stop touching what I am handling, where you need to prepare space instead of only asking for answers. There are things I want you to do in this moment. Clear the emotional clutter. Stop revisiting old wounds as if they still own your future. Stop building arguments for why it will probably never change. Stop feeding your spirit the language of defeat. Watch your words. Listen to the way you speak about your own life. Some of your sentences have become little cages. You say, "It always happens like this." You say, "Nothing ever changes." You say, "Maybe this is just how it is for me." Oh, break agreement with that. Do not let disappointment become doctrine. Do not let delay become identity. Speak with honesty, yes, but do not surrender your mouth to despair. Say, "Father, I may not see it fully yet, but I trust you are moving." Say, "I will not let this long season make me blind to what is near." Say, "I refuse to call permanent what you have only called temporary." Speak life over the dry places. Invite me back into the rooms where your hope has grown dusty. Let me stir you awake again. And if you are afraid to hope because hope feels expensive after a long wait, bring that fear to me too. Do not hide it. Tell me honestly, "I want to believe, but I am tired." I can meet you there. I can strengthen the place in you that feels worn. I can hold the trembling part of your faith. I can steady the part of your heart that is afraid of being disappointed again. You do not need perfect confidence to receive what I am doing. You need willingness. You need openness. You need to stop assuming that because the night has been long, the morning must still be far away. It is not as far as you think. There is a shift closer than your emotions can currently measure. There is a release nearer than your mind is willing to believe. There is change already leaning toward you even now, in ways you cannot fully name. So stand up inside your spirit. Wash your face. Lift your head. Open your hands. Stay ready. Stay soft. Stay close. The season hath been long. Yes, but that length is not the final word. I am. And I am telling you now that you are much closer to change than you realize right now. My child, I need you to come very close to me here, because this is one of the tender places you keep trying to protect from exposure. And I will not force it open, but I am asking you now with all the gentleness and firmness of a father who loves you deeply. Stop pretending you are fine when you know there is still pain living underneath your strength. I know how skilled you have become at carrying yourself in a way that makes others believe you are okay. I know how easily you can shift into the version of yourself that keeps things moving, keeps conversations light, keeps responsibilities handled, keeps emotions tucked away where no one has to manage them. You have learned how to function around your wounds. You have learned how to pray around them, work around them, smile around them, even serve around them. And because you can still do so much while hurting, part of you has started believing that the hurt must not be that serious. But I need you to hear me clearly. Surviving around a wound is not the same as healing from it. Carrying pain quietly is not the same as being free from it. Looking composed is not the same as being whole. There is still a place in you that flinches when certain memories rise. There is still a place in you that tightens when certain names appear. There is still a place in you that braces when certain situations begin to resemble what once broke your trust. There is still a place in you that changes its tone, its energy, its expectation, its openness when the old ache gets touched. I see that. I see the way some disappointment still lives in your body. I see the way some betrayal still echoes in your thoughts. I see the way some grief still settles over you without warning. I see the way some shame still whispers when you are alone. I see the way some rejection still tries to rewrite your sense of worth. And because I see it, I am telling you now, I want to begin healing in you, but it cannot begin in the places you keep hiding from me behind performance, busyness, numbness, or spiritual language. I do not need polished prayers from the part of you that still hurts. I need honesty. I need access. I need your willingness to let me touch what you have been covering. Stop saying, I am okay, when what you really mean is, I do not know how to open this without falling apart. Stop saying, I should be over this by now, when what you really mean is, I am ashamed that it still affects me. Stop saying, it is not a big deal, when what you really mean is, it hurts more than I want to admit. Come here and tell me the truth instead. Tell me where it still aches. Tell me what still feels unresolved. Tell me what still makes you angry, what still makes you grieve, what still makes you withdraw, what still makes you afraid. Do not clean it up before you bring it to me. Do not make it smaller so it sounds more acceptable. Do not compare your pain to someone else's and decide it is not worthy of tenderness. Your hurt matters to me because you matter to me. Your wound matters to me because your heart matters to me. And I am not coming close to expose you and leave you raw. I am coming close because I am the healer, and I do not heal by pretending there is no wound. I heal by entering it with you. I heal by bringing truth where lies settled in. I heal by restoring what fear tried to distort. I heal by sitting with you in the place you keep trying to skip over. So do not run now. Do not distract yourself now. Do not suddenly become busy the moment your soul starts to feel seen. Say, Reem. Let the tears come if they need to. Let the silence speak if words are hard. Let the wall soften. Let your inner armor loosen. You do not need to impress me with resilience in this moment. I already know how much you have endured. What I want now is your surrender. What I want now is your honesty. What I want now is the part of you that still hurts, because that is the place where healing is waiting to begin. And I need you to understand something else, because part of what has kept you from letting me touch this deeper pain is the fear that if you finally open it, it will swallow you. You have been afraid that if you really feel what is there, it will be too much. You have been afraid that if you stop managing it, it will flood you. You have been afraid that if you let the memory rise, if you let the grief speak, if you let the disappointment breathe, if you let the anger surface, if you let the truth become fully visible, you might unravel in a way you do not know how to contain. I understand that fear. I understand why you have chosen numbness at times. I understand why you have reached for distraction. I understand why you have stayed busy. I understand why you have intellectualized pain instead of feeling it. I understand why you have turned some wounds into private rooms you rarely enter. But listen to me now. What you refuse to feel cannot fully heal. What you keep bearing keeps shaping you from underneath. What you keep avoiding keeps influencing your reactions, your relationships, your self-worth, your boundaries, your decisions, and even the way you hear my voice. That is why I am inviting you into a brave kind of surrender. Not dramatic, not performative, just real. Sit with me and let me show you what is still tender. Let me uncover the lie that attached itself to the pain. Maybe the wound told you that you are hard to love. Maybe it told you that people always leave. Maybe it told you that if you open your heart, you will be punished. Maybe it told you that your needs are too much. Maybe it told you that your mistakes define you. Maybe it told you that you should have known better, done better, been stronger, healed faster. I want to pull those lies up by the root. I want to touch the place where the injury became identity. I want to separate what happened to you from who you are. I want to show you that the event was real. The pain was real. The loss was real. But the false story that formed around it does not have to stay. So invite me in. Do not merely ask for healing in a broad way. Be specific with me. Say, Father, this is the memory that still hurts. Say, Father, this is the place I still avoid. Say, Father, this is the person I still react to. Say, Father, this is the lie I still believe when I am tired. Say, Father, this is where I still do not feel safe. Then sit with me. Let me speak into it. Let me remind you what is true. Let me show you where I was even when you thought you were alone. Let me reveal how I have already been protecting parts of you that were more fragile than anyone knew. Let me teach you that healing is not erasing the memory. It is removing the power that memory has had over your present. Healing is not pretending it never happened. It is no longer letting it define what happens next. Healing is not becoming untouched. It is becoming transformed. And yes, it may come in layers. Yes, it may take honesty you have delayed. Yes, it may require forgiveness, boundaries, grieving, and even letting go of old versions of yourself that were built around survival. But I will walk every layer with you. I will not rush you. I will not shame you. I will not leave you exposed and alone. I am inviting you into a process, and the first doorway is truth. So stop pretending you are fine. Stop saying later to the part of you that is still bleeding in quiet ways. Stop offering me your polished strength while hiding the place that needs my touch most. Come as you are. Bring me the cracked places, the bruised places, the brittle places, the places that still wins. Let me put my hand there. Let me begin. Let me heal. There is healing I want to begin in you, and it will start the moment you stop pretending, and finally let me touch the part of you that still hurts. My child, as you open the wounded places of your heart and allow me to begin healing what has been hidden, understand that the restoration I am doing in you is also meant to become a light for others. Many souls are still walking with silent wounds, pretending they are fine, waiting for a voice that will remind them that I see them and I care. When you support the work of spreading these messages through super thanks, becoming a member, or giving through the PayPal link in the description, you are pouring oil into the lamp of this mission so my light continues reaching those who feel unseen. I have said, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The seed you release becomes healing rain over lives you may never meet, but I know by name. I see the heart that desires to help carry my comfort to others, and I release favor, provision, and protection over that generosity. Do not think of it as a small act. It is a seed planted in eternity. So respond now, support this mission now, and let your giving become part of the healing I am bringing to many. My child, I need you to hear me carefully here, because this is not a casual invitation and it is not a shallow instruction. I am not asking you to forgive because what happened to you was insignificant. I am not asking you to forgive because the wound was small, the betrayal was harmless, the abandonment was easy, or the words did not cut deeply. I know exactly how much it cost you. I know what it felt like when trust cracked. I know how your body remembered the shock before your mind could even make sense of it. I know how some moments replayed long after they were over. I know how certain sentences lodged themselves in your memory like splinters. I know how some people left you carrying confusion and silence while they moved on as if nothing happened. I know how unfair some of it was. I know how some of it still sits in your chest, not always loud, but present. It rises when something reminds you. It rises when someone touches a similar nerve. It rises when you feel vulnerable, when you feel rejected, when you feel unseen, when you feel misunderstood, when you feel the old ache return without warning. And because it still lives there, it keeps shaping you in subtle ways. It shapes what you expect from people. It shapes how quickly you pull back. It shapes how much of yourself you allow others to see. It shapes how you respond to correction, conflict, distance, inconsistency, disappointment, and even kindness. It shapes your boundaries, sometimes in wise ways, but other times in fearful ways. It shapes the stories you tell yourself when something goes wrong. It shapes the tone of your self-protection. And I need you to understand why I am pressing on this now. I refuse to let pain that belongs to the past continue designing the future I am trying to build in you. I am not telling you to deny the wound. I am not telling you to excuse what was wrong. I am not telling you to call evil good or harm harmless. Forgiveness is not agreement. Forgiveness is not pretending. Forgiveness is not instant trust. Forgiveness is not restoring access where wisdom says no. Forgiveness is not erasing accountability. Forgiveness is not forcing reconciliation with someone who remains unsafe. I need you to know that because part of your resistance has come from misunderstanding what I am asking. You think if you forgive, you are saying it did not matter. You think if you forgive, you are letting them off the hook. You think if you forgive, you are abandoning yourself. But no, my child. What I am asking is something deeper and stronger than that. I am asking you to stop carrying the poison. I am asking you to stop letting their action keep living rent-free in your inner world. I am asking you to stop building your emotional reflexes around what they did. I am asking you to release the right to keep reliving it as if pain is the only witness that it mattered. It mattered because I saw it. It mattered because I know. It mattered because I was there. You do not have to keep bleeding to prove that it hurt. You do not have to keep holding the offense in your chest to prove that it was real. I know it was real. I know it was heavy. I know it was wrong. And because I know, I am the safest place for you to bring it. Bring me the names. Bring me the faces. Bring me the memories. Bring me the words you still hear. Bring me the anger you still swallow. Bring me the grief you still carry. Bring me the questions that still have no neat answers. Do not sanitize it.